Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Be seated. Yes, Ms Hager.
Commissioner, the first witness I call this morning is Natalie Levy, who will be present here in the hearing room. Ms Levy, please make your way to the witness box. Thank you.
An oath or affirmation.
An affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Please
do.
say I do.
Thank you, Ms Levy. Do sit down. Yes, Ms Hager.
Ms Levy, could you please state your full name for the record?
Natalie Levy.
And I confirm that your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 23rd of April 2026, correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
All right, I tender that statement. That is stat.899.001.0001_R.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.24.
Ms Levy, you are Jewish
I am.
and you were born in Australia.
Yes, I was.
And you've told us a little bit about your family history in your statement. Your mother emigrated to Australia from England, is that right?
That's correct.
And why did she make that decision?
She came to Australia for a better life. There was a lot of anti-Semitism. She grew up with it, and she looked at Australia as a beautiful place to be and a place to get married and raise children.
And your father is from Ukraine?
Yes, that's correct.
And he also made the decision to emigrate to Australia.
Yes, he did.
And why did he do that?
For exactly the same reason as my mum. He came from a place where anti-Semitism was a day-to-day struggle, and came to Australia with my grandparents, my two great-grandmothers, my uncle and aunt, for a better life.
And then you were, of course, born in Australia.
Yes.
And can you describe for us what your childhood was like growing up here?
Growing up in Australia was wonderful. It was safe. It was a wonderful place to grow up. It was just great. That's all I can say. It was a wonderful place.
Do you remember experiencing anti-Semitism during your childhood?
Never. I never had experienced it. During my childhood, it was the furthest thing from anyone's mind. Anti-Semitism was an olden day concept. It was nothing that was part of my early childhood at all.
You attended both Jewish and public schools growing up?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And you say that when you entered your 20s you became more aware that anti-Semitism was not just a thing of the past. How did you develop that awareness?
Just through becoming an adult and seeing the world, and through hearing other people's experiences, and yeah.
And at one point you joined the community security group as a volunteer, and you say that led you to becoming much more aware that anti-Semitism was a risk the Jewish community faced.
Absolutely. I became much more aware during my time at the CSG about anti-Semitic incidences happening globally and in Australia.
Mm. And what sort of work was involved for you as a volunteer with CSG?
It was mostly securing synagogues and Jewish events.
Okay. In your statement, you also talk about the events of October 7.
Yes.
Can you tell us how that impacted you and your family?
October 7 was an absolute shock. It was a devastating, just a devastating occurrence to the Jewish community. It was awful, with 1,200 people being murdered and over 250 people being kidnapped. It was just a devastating occurrence.
And then followed the protest at the Opera House on the 9th of October, which you also mentioned in your statement. What sort of reaction did you have to watching that unfold?
Absolute disbelief. Australia they decided to light up the Opera House with an Israeli flag. And I couldn't believe that people had come out to protest and say the most devastating and awful things about Jews out loud. And I couldn't believe how quickly this group got together to do this. It was only a day or so after October 7, and that was a real shock.
At paragraph 10 of your statement, you go on to mention your two children.
Yes.
They're both teenagers, is that right?
Yes, they are.
And you mention some of their experiences. You mentioned that your son attends a Jewish school.
Yes.
And the security measures that are in place there.
Yes.
What sort of impact does that have on him and you?
Well, my son has been at a Jewish school from kindergarten, so he's always had security. It's just something that he's become used to. Though over the last 2.5 years or so, that security has tripled in the amount of people standing outside the school. At his school, behind big gates, are 3 security guards, 2 CSG, 2 parent security, and 4 police officers. And that's how he goes to school every day, behind that kind of security, that level of security which is needed.
Mm. And your daughter attends a public school.
Yes.
What sort of experiences of anti-Semitism has she had there?
She sees swastikas etched all around the school, children saying Heil Hitler and putting up their arm in a salute. She's one of 2 Jewish children at that school, and she sees things that no 15-year-old should see and be, she shouldn't see that. That shouldn't be happening.
And has she described to you how she feels witnessing those sorts of things?
She's very proud. She's a very proud Jewish young lady, but she's scared. She finds it very daunting. She's scared for me being here today. It's affected her in a very negative way.
You go on to talk about the day of 14 December 2025. Yes. Where were you that night?
That night we were at another Hanukkah party. Suddenly we were all put into lockdown in that Hanukkah party, and people started saying that there had been a shooting at Bondi, and not in my wildest imagination would I ever have thought that those guns were being pointed at Jewish people. And that was the biggest shock and the most horrific thing that's ever happened as being an Australian Jew. And
you say Bondi was a large part of your childhood.
Yeah.
How did it feature in your early years growing up?
Well, my parents actually met in Bondi. There was a big Ukrainian community there that my dad and grandparents were part of. I spent a lot of my childhood there. I went to a Jewish kindergarten in Bondi. We would take weekly walks down to Bondi Beach singing Jewish songs proudly. I would see every time I would go to Bondi Beach, even as a teenager, I would see my grandparents there and my uncles and aunts and their friends all playing checkers around the pavilion. Bondi was really home, and it was really a safe place for me during my childhood.
And how do you feel about Bondi now?
Devastated. All the safety and security I had felt my entire life had been shattered on the 14th of December.
And you've talked in your statement about the aftermath of the Bondi attack and its ongoing impacts on you and your family, and you also mention the increasing normalisation of anti-Semitism. What do you mean by that?
The chants and the protests and the words and the online rhetoric. It feels so surreal. I can't believe that this, in 2026, in this beautiful country, that anti-Semitism has become so normalised, and people are unashamedly being anti-Semitic and saying the most vile things about Jewish people, Jewish children. It's a real shock. It's a real disappointment.
And you give some examples at paragraph 16 of your statement of what you've been called online. Are you happy to share those with the Commission now?
I've been called a kike, a dirty Jew, a dirty Jewish pig, a baby killer, a baby eater, and genocidal.
And that's on your personal social media page?
That's on my social media
is that
page,
right?
yes.
And how does receiving those sorts of comments affect you?
It's heartbreaking. I truly grew up believing that this kind of rhetoric was a thing of the past, and to see it resurface so aggressively is a real shock and a real disappointment.
No one should ever have to do this, but have you got to the point of contemplating shutting down your social media presence for this reason?
I do take breaks, but I also have other things on my social media that I love. I love seeing, Jewish comedians making light of it, and also the encouragement of other Jewish people in the community we're all going through this same thing, and we've done it in the past, and it's a shame that we have to do it again, but we always stand strong together.
In paragraph 17 of your statement, you talk about having to hide your Jewish identity. I wondered if you might read out that paragraph for us.
Read out 17. I had the privilege of growing up feeling safe and protected in Australia, and was able to live my Jewish identity openly and without fear. Sadly, I cannot say the same for my children. They are growing up in an environment where Jewish identity must be guarded, where visibility feels risky, and where hatred is louder and more emboldened than ever before. It is not the Australia I believed I was raising my children in.
I noticed that you're wearing a little bee pin on your shirt today. What does that signify for you?
This pin represents everything that we lost, all the people that we lost in our community due to 2 years of unchecked and vile anti-Semitism, and we can't afford to ever be in this situation, and we can't afford to lose any more people. It was a big knock to the Australian community, and we're all broken, and it's a pain that won't go away.
Ms. Levy, thank you for coming along to give your evidence today.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions for you.
Ms. Levy, just before I excuse you, can I ask you this? You described how personally devastating the Hamas attack on Israel was for you. Did you perceive that that was a common response amongst members of the Jewish community?
Yes, absolutely.
There was something about Israel being attacked that members of the Jewish community, albeit Australians, felt very strongly.
Yes.
In the immediate aftermath of that attack, did you feel any support from your non-Jewish friends?
To be honest, I didn't. That support only came on the evening of the 14th of December.
Thank you, Ms. Levy.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness will be known as Dina. There is a direction in place prohibiting the publication of her full name and any other identifying information. Her face will not be shown on the live stream, but she is appearing in person.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hager. Madam, if you'd like to come forward.
Would you like to make an oath or affirmation? Affirmation. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Yes,
do.
I do.
Thank you. Thanks.
Proceed.
Thank you.
And I've just been informed that I misspoke before, that you are happy for your face to be shown on live
Yes.
stream. I'm sorry for that error.
That's okay.
So I will be referring to you just as Dina
Thank
today.
you. Yeah.
And you've prepared a statement for the purposes of the Royal Commission.
Yeah.
And that's dated 3rd of May 2026. Do you have a copy of that statement in front of you?
I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement. It is stat 899.0050.0006_R.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.25.
Dina, you are Jewish
Yes.
and you live in Sydney,
Yes.
and you have 3 primary school aged children, is that right?
That's right.
And you're a Jewish family,
We are.
and your children attend a local Jewish school.
That's right.
You tell us a little bit about your family history in your statement as well. You say that 3 of your grandparents sought refuge in Australia after experiencing the horrors of anti-Semitism in Europe, is that right?
That's right.
And your 4th grandparent, your paternal grandfather, was murdered in the Holocaust.
Correct.
And your father was also a Holocaust survivor.
That's right.
And what does that mean to you, having that history of that in your family?
I mean, when you grow up in a household as the child of a Holocaust survivor, I think you develop things in your psyche that you don't realise that you have. And not only as the child of a Holocaust survivor, but as the grandchild of, as I said, 4 grandparents who were displaced and had to move from their country of origin because of anti-Semitism. It's woven into every thread of our family and our history. And I think you develop a bit of a sixth sense when it comes to anti-Semitism because in our family. And so when it starts to peak or rear itself, you don't realise that because it's embedded so deeply, it triggers a bit of a trauma and a sense of alarm.
Your father left Europe for Australia with his mother when he was 4 years old.
Yeah.
And when they arrived in Sydney, you say they were provided with public housing in Bondi. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And that was the start of your family's connection with and love for Bondi.
That's right.
Tell us a bit about that love that your family shares for that place.
So my dad was born in France in hiding during the Holocaust, and his father, as we discussed earlier, was murdered. So he came here with his mother when he was 4. They sought refuge here. They didn't know what had happened to my grandfather because he was arrested, and they never heard anything from him. But before the war, his brother, my grandfather's brother, had moved to Australia. So my grandmother thought after the war, she looked for him and she couldn't find my grandfather in Europe, and she thought, if he's alive and he can't find us in Europe, maybe he'll follow his brother to Australia. So that's how they landed here, and they landed here with nothing. So she was a single woman with a 4-year-old child. She'd lost her parents, her siblings, her entire family, her husband. And so she had nothing, so she was provided with public housing, and it was in Bondi on Penconville Street, and that's part of the story every time. It was on Kahlua Street in Bondi, and my dad always talks about it whenever we drive past. It's a big part of his formative years. It's how he became Australian. He landed here, and he landed in Bondi, and it was very good to him.
And you've described Bondi as your happy place.
Yeah, so I grew up in the Bondi area. As we mentioned earlier, I have 3 primary school age children, and we've raised them going to Bondi, like many Aussie kids are raised at the beach, surfing, building sandcastles, takeaway dinners. It's always had a sense of peace, safety, I would say belonging. Everyone belongs there. Everyone belongs at the beach. It belongs to everyone.
In your statement, you go on to talk about the protest at the Opera House and the impact that had on you. Can you tell us about that now?
Yes, so that was the protest at the Opera House on October 9. We heard the vile chants that were coming, expletives about Jews. Fuck the Jews, where are the Jews? And when you hear angry, violent protesters burning an Israeli flag and shouting, where are the Jews, encircled by police who are not interfering, as a Jew, you feel scared. And so I said to my husband, I think we should take the mezuzah off our door, which is a parchment which is affixed to the doorpost of Jewish homes, which identifies the home as Jewish. Because they were saying, where are the Jews? I said to him, what do you think they're going to do when they find us? We didn't end up taking the mezuzah down, but my instinct was that we should.
And what about now? Do you have a mezuzah on your door or not?
So we're in the process of building a new home, and we've just moved in 2 days ago. But it's not fully complete, and we've made the decision that we're not going to put a mezuzah on until all the trades don't need to come in anymore, because it feels vulnerable and exposing and scary. And I actually had a conversation with a friend the other day, and we were talking about this, and she said, oh yeah, when I have trades come to my house, I bring them through the side door where there's no mezuzah. So I think it's a common feeling amongst Jewish households, how safe they feel to have that mezuzah, that exposing, identifying feature on their door, which I feel I could confidently say, certainly for myself, and I feel for many others, pre-October 7 was never a consideration.
You talk about the experience of your children attending school, and you contrast it to your own experience at the same Jewish school.
Yes.
What was it like for you as compared to what your children experience now?
So my memory of going to school, specifically what stands out was go with the flow at the end of the day. We would sit on the grass outside of the school, just right in front of the road. There was a teacher there supervising that you got into the correct car, but as far as my memory serves me, that was it. That exact same school now, my children go to school with concrete bollards lining the walkway so that they don't get rammed with a car, high security fences, security guards, volunteer security guards, and often police. And the contrast of how that school has changed in a generation, in 25 years, is frankly shocking.
You said you have complex feelings about those security measures. What's sort of pulling you in different directions about those?
I feel comforted that they're there because I acknowledge that they're needed, and I feel a level of safety knowing that they're there. But then you drive past other schools. I mean, I went to another school the other day and I just walked in. It felt surreal. I literally just opened the door and walked in. That is such an unfamiliar experience for a Jewish parent who sends their child to a Jewish day school. And it's not fair. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've dropped my children off and left and cried, because this is not how they should be going to school, and this is not how I should be dropping them to school.
Your children recently attended a Year 6 school camp in Canberra. I remember attending that myself and how joyous an occasion it was. But what sort of discussions were you having between the parents and with the school in the lead up to that excursion? And have you heard any stories of other Jewish students being subjected to anti-Semitic abuse on that excursion in Canberra?
So my children didn't experience anything, but it was reported in the media that the following week, students from another Jewish day school who were wearing their school uniform were subjected to anti-Semitic verbal abuse. I believe they were at Questacon. So it made me understand why there was all this debate around whether they should be wearing their school uniform, because of what it exposes them to. I mean, these are children that then have to deal with this. Not that adults should have to deal with it either, but we're perhaps more equipped. But these are children.
You attended a bar mitzvah for a friend's daughter earlier this year, and something struck you as unusual about that event this time. What was that?
I noticed there were paid security guards there at this bat mitzvah. And a bat mitzvah is just a party, a celebration for 12-year-olds where they just dance and eat ice cream and celebrate. And I noticed there were 2 security guards there, and so I asked my friend why they were there. And she said she was worried that if a staff member or a service provider was anti-Semitic or said or did something anti-Semitic, how would she respond? And I realised, I understood what she said. Like, what would you do? It would probably ruin the whole event, and it would be very difficult to know how to respond. You're in charge of all these children as well. And I've internalised that, and as we start to prepare for we've got daughters who are coming up to having their bat mitzvah, we will probably do the same. We will probably get security guards too.
And previously had security guards at bar mitzvah parties been a regular occurrence in your
I've never
experience?
seen them before, so as far as I know, no.
You also talk about the incident involving 2 healthcare workers that was widely publicised, where they made various anti-Semitic comments, and you talked about the impact that has had on you and your family, and in particular you describe an incident where you had to take your daughter to hospital. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we know about the incident that happened in that hospital with the 2 healthcare workers, and I had that in the back of my mind, as I would assume many Jewish people do and did and continue to. And then last year my daughter broke her nose at school, and I had to rush her from school to the emergency department, and she was wearing her Jewish school uniform. And I just remember sitting in the waiting room of the emergency department wishing that she wasn't in her school uniform, because I was so worried that a doctor or a nurse might not treat her in the way that she should be treated because she was identifiably Jewish. What if
and
they
to
said
be clear,
something?
this was a different hospital.
It
from
was
the
a
one where
different
the
hospital,
incident occurred.
and she received the correct treatment and everything was fine. But it was more. It was reasonable that I would have those fears, because how do we know what a healthcare setting is going to be like when that has happened now in healthcare settings? And even though that incident in that particular hospital was widely reported, that's not to say it was an isolated incident. So it feels difficult to know what you can trust, and that you have to approach these situations with a bit of caution and suspicion.
And you say in your statement that that's what saddens you about it, that the level of anti-Semitism in our society has made you approach everyday situations like this with caution and suspicion.
That's right. I mean, this is just taking your child to the emergency room. It should be as simple as that. But now it feels scary if she's identifiably Jewish. How will she be treated? Will she be treated right? Will she get the treatment she deserves?
At paragraph 31, you go on to talk about how your children and all Jewish children, you believe, have to live with, see and hear anti-Semitism around them. Can you give us some examples of that, to your observation?
I mean, they live it all day, every day. We've spoken about the way they go to school and leave school. We had a witness yesterday speak about excursions. It's the same at my children's school. Excursions have changed. I mean, even on the train here this morning, I noticed that there were students at the train station with a teacher, and it occurred to me that that's not the reality for Jewish school students. You don't just get to walk through a train station with a teacher. If that was them, I mean, firstly, they probably wouldn't be at a train station. They would have to be on a private bus. But if they were at the train station, they would need security with them, or maybe even police. And it's impossible for children not to internalise and understand that they are living through that reality. They hear anti-Semitism around them all the time. They hear it being spoken about. They see it on the news. They see the stickers. They see the graffiti. They know about Bondi. It's become part of their psyche.
You describe a situation after Bondi where your children were in your car with some friends and they were discussing how they would feel about going to a Hanukkah party again.
Yeah.
Can you tell us sorts of things they were saying to each other?
Yeah, I mean, children just speak innocently and candidly, without any thought. They just say. And I was overhearing. I wasn't part of the conversation. I was just listening. And there were 4 of them, and they were like, they said they would all feel too scared to ever go to a Hanukkah party again. And I can understand that. I might be too scared to even take them to one. I mean, I hope that feeling changes, but how can they not feel scared?
You also describe an occasion where you went to Bondi for dinner recently. What happened on that occasion?
Yeah, so we arrived in Bondi and my 8-year-old just started crying, which was strange, and I said to her, "What's wrong?" And she said, "Now when I come to Bondi, I think about dying." And again, I can understand why she feels that. I mean, now when you hear the word Bondi, it's associated with a massacre, with the terrorist attack, with the death of Jews. And it's extremely confronting and distressing for the Jewish community. I mean, I remember saying to my husband not long after the December 14 attack, while we were trying to process it, that it's so painful even if you weren't there, because the reality is they came to kill us, we just weren't there. And it's living with that truth that makes it very hard to feel safe as a Jew in Australia.
At the end of your statement, you mention your hope for the future. What is that?
I just hope we can live like everyone else. We're not asking for any special treatment. We just want to live like everyone else. Australia is the land of a fair go, equality, dignity, fairness, democracy, all the things that we respect and value. And right now, the Australian Jewish community is living a very different reality to what I think the rest of the Australian community is living. And I hope that this commission, this inquiry, can uncover the reality of the experiences that we're having, and that we can take a better step forward.
Thank you for giving your evidence today. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Phillips will be calling the next witness.
Do you wish to take an oath or affirmation?
Commissioner, our next witness will be giving evidence under the pseudonym AAP and will be giving evidence via AVL.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
I'm happy to take an affirmation, and I'm happy for my video to be published.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Operator, we've just heard that this witness is content to be presented on the video feed.
Can we just clarify that, Ms. Phillips, just to be sure? Do I understand that you are happy for your face to be seen and live streamed on video?
Yes, I'm happy for that.
Yeah, very well. Can we arrange that?
And Commissioner, I just note that there is a non-publication direction in place in relation to this witness's name and other identifying features.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Phillips. Just bear with us for a moment, witness. We're just getting the live stream working.
Sure.
That's not a technical term.
We can see you now in the hearing room.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Commissioner. You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission that's dated the 16th of April 2026.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm not going to ask for your name, but your address is known to the Royal Commission. Are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement. It is stat.899.0015.0001R.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.26.
You live in Geelong with your family?
Yes, I do.
And you have 3 children?
Yes.
And you've said in your witness statement that you're Jewish, but not particularly Jewish. Can you explain that?
Sure. My mother is Jewish, my father is not. My mother converted away from Judaism, and I wasn't raised Jewish. So I've only become more connected to my Jewish roots as an adult.
And you've said that your children know that they are Jewish, but that they don't live in perhaps a more insular Jewish community type of setting. Can you explain how you've brought your children up in that way?
Sure. So what I mean by that is obviously we have connections to different places. We have some connections to our Jewish family who are mainly overseas. We have connections to other religions and lots of different people. I guess we sit on the outside of the Jewish community, I would say. We're there, but we're not right in the centre of it.
And you have a son and a daughter who are both in high school at the moment. Can you tell me the kind of schools that they each attend?
Yeah, so they both attend single-sex Catholic schools. And as far as I know, they are probably the only Jewish children there.
And for each of your children, who in their circles know that they have a Jewish background?
Only their very close friends.
And you've referred in your statement to what your high school children came home and told you after the 7th of October 2023. What was that?
So very soon after that, the sentiment towards Jewish people became very negative, and that was shown through the way that the kids spoke at school, through social media. So very soon after, both my older kids came home telling me that they didn't want to be Jewish.
And they've told you about anti-Semitic content that they've seen online and on various social media platforms.
Yeah.
And you've seen some of that from time to time?
Absolutely. I think it's much worse for them because I avoid it, or it's not the type of content that I look at, whereas it's in their face because of the apps that they use, like TikTok and Instagram. And so they might see a video and then they think to themselves, well, this doesn't add up, this isn't right. And then they'll go and look at all the comments underneath, and absolutely shocked, as am I, by the type of comments that they read.
And you've set out some of those comments in your witness statement at paragraph 10. I might ask you to read those out if you can.
Sure. So these are some of the things that the kids have shown me. We owe Hitler an apology. The Nazis should have finished them off. Jews are controlling the government, so I think they're referring to the American government as well as Australia. Israel has no history, only a criminal record. On Holocaust Memorial Day that we had recently, underneath sad videos, there was a comment that said, "I'm so happy, this makes me so happy." And then comments under another Jewish video, "Why are we normalising racism? Racism only applies to humans."
And how's seeing those sorts of comments on the social media platforms that they're engaging with, how's that affected your children?
It's been really hard for them because we're not sort of fully in that community, and so but my kids know right from wrong, and so for them to hear this, especially to hear it from mates or contacts at school, is just they can't understand it. They can't understand why people don't like Jews, and that's what it seems to them. Why do people dislike Jews?
And you've described in your statement some of the common insults that your kids have told you get thrown around in the schoolyard.
Yeah.
What are they?
They're comments that are thrown around by ordinary kids. They're not nasty kids. They come from good families, and it's constantly like you dirty Jew. So they won't call another Jew that. They'll call each other that. It's a kind of a joke / insult. You dirty Jew. We hate Jews. There's a chant, Jew, 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 Jew. things about Jews and money, just all the time. It's prolific.
And these sorts of phrases or statements, that they can get thrown around between students irrespective of whether they're Jewish.
Absolutely.
And they're sometimes thrown around in the presence of your children by other kids who may not even know that they are Jewish.
Absolutely. That's the irony of it.
And what do your children do when they hear these sorts of phrases and slurs thrown around by their schoolmates?
Mostly my son doesn't say anything. He's in year 12 and he'd prefer not to put his head up. He just wants to finish school. My daughter, she's more likely to say something, but she'll often just let it go as well.
And why do you think she does that? Let it go?
Probably because she doesn't necessarily trust the people that are saying these things. If it was her close friends, she might say something and then she trusts that they'd be able to talk it out. If there are people that she didn't know as well, she doesn't really want to put her head up.
And you've described an incident, this is at paragraph 13 of your witness statement, where your son shouted in his vicinity, "You dirty Jew." How did he respond?
Well, he was scared because he thought, his first thought was, well, somebody's discovered I'm a Jew. And when he turned around, he realised that it was directed towards someone else.
And your son communicated to you what some of his friends had been saying about what they might do for their Year 12 muck-up day. What did he tell you?
They joked about dressing up as Adolf Hitler, or the Bondi shooters. That was, and they also joked to him that we think that you should dress up as an SS guard. You'd make a good SS guard.
And were these jokes, if one can call them that, were they made by kids that knew that your son was Jewish or had Jewish background?
No.
And did he tell you how he responded to those sorts of comments?
His main response, as far as I know, is to just go quiet, say nothing. He doesn't laugh. He won't laugh. He won't be part of the joke, but he won't. But he's too afraid to say anything. He's afraid he'll be isolated. He's afraid he'll be teased, and he's afraid he'll be on his own.
And your son recently attended a leadership session as part of his Year 12 activities. He had a conversation over a meal. What was that?
So that was a Leavers camp, so Year 12 Leavers. So that was last week. And he was sitting at a table eating breakfast and he had a cup of juice and he was drinking it. And one of the boys at his table said, "Hey mate, do you like juice?" And he said, "Yeah, I do." And then the boy said, "No, do you like Jews?" And my son said, "What, juice or Jews?" And then another boy piped up and said, "Oh, no, Jews, they hoard our money." And my son, to his credit, just looked him straight in the eye and said, "Yeah, I love Jews." And they went quiet and that was the end of it.
And what have you've said that your son and your daughter are at Catholic high schools. What have you observed about the level or the type of education that's offered about Judaism and Jewish history in their schools?
There's none, really. As far as I know, I don't think there's anything. And I really think that is part of the issue. Like, even for a teacher to stand up and say, "Hey, do you know what? There might be Jewish students in our school. You just don't know that they're here." Even that would be saying something. My son was in a religious education class a few weeks ago, which is compulsory at Catholic schools. And they were watching a video about Christianity or Catholicism. And there was a speaker in the video who said, "Oh, my mother was Jewish, so my mother was a secular Jew." And all the boys in the class started laughing and carrying on with their jokes. And the teacher just said nothing, absolutely nothing.
Did your child speak to the teacher after that incident, or just let it go?
No. And my children don't want me going to the school to say something. I would like to, but they don't want me to.
And do you think that's because they feel like they don't want to be singled out?
Absolutely.
You recently planned as a family to attend a street food festival that was organised by a Jewish community organisation in Melbourne. Can you tell me what your high schoolers said to you when you suggested that the family attend?
They didn't want to go. They said that they might be shot. And I said, but there's going to be police there, there's going to be security there. They said, well, they don't stand a chance against a gunman. They just had no confidence. And I did twist their arm, and we did go, and it was a good day.
Did you feel safe when you were there?
Yeah, we did, because just the way they'd set it up with the sort of stops at both ends and lots of security and a good police presence.
And you've spoken in your statement, this is from paragraph 20, about your own personal experience, feeling that your friends have distanced themselves from you, particularly after the 7th of October. What has that been like?
It's been tricky because, you know, you just don't want to share too much of you or what you're thinking or what you're feeling, because when you do, people tend to glaze over and move away from the conversation or move away from you. So it has become quite an isolating place to be.
And did friends reach out to you, or friends that know you have a connection to the Jewish community, did they reach out to you and your family after the attack at Bondi last year?
Yeah, a few did. I would say that was the only time I felt some sort of support from other Australians was around that time, but I'd say it didn't last long.
And you've said, this is in the final paragraph of your witness statement, that the feeling that you get is that many Australians have been brainwashed to think that Jews are bad and that they don't know what to do with someone like me. Can you explain how that feels?
Yeah, I think that the media, in particular social media, has gone a long way to demonising Jews. And it feels like the majority of ordinary, everyday Australians that are adults, so around my age, they don't know what to do with that. It's too hard. They don't know what to think, they don't know what to feel, and so it's best just to not speak about it or not to do anything about it. And it seems to me that is like we're heading towards major trouble. If people don't want to speak up or can't speak up, there seems to be a massive problem here.
I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness that's being called is Tali Pinsky. She will also be giving her evidence over the AVL.
Yes.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry, is this a question for me?
Yes.
I don't know. Let's say an affirmation. I don't even know the difference.
Maybe it's best to take an affirmation, Ms. Pinsky.
Thank you. Let's do an affirmation then.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Yeah, my name is Tali Pinsky.
and your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 25th of April 2026.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
Yeah, I do.
Are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It has ID stat.899.0032.0001.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.27.
Ms. Pinsky, you're Jewish and you're originally Israeli.
Yes, that's correct.
When did you come to Australia?
I came to Australia with my family over a year ago, March 2025.
And that was with your husband and your 4 children?
Yeah, that's right.
Why did you come to Australia?
I came for professional reasons, so I got a position in a university here that I was excited to work in, some great colleagues, experts in my field. And we also, as a family, we thought it would be a nice place, lots of nature and so on.
And you work in quite a specialised scientific research field.
Yeah, I work in topological dynamics, so 3-dimensional chaotic systems.
And you live at the moment in a regional part of Victoria?
Yeah, that's right. Not far from Melbourne.
And your children, having grown up in Israel before coming to Australia, their first language and your first language is Hebrew.
Right, that's right.
And when you're out and about in the area that you live in, you typically speak in Hebrew as a family?
Yes, we always speak Hebrew. Their English is not great. Mine is not great either. So we get a lot of attention for our language. People ask, which language are we speaking? Or some people can recognize it.
And when people hear you speaking in what might sound to them like a foreign language, when you're out in public in your local area, do they sometimes ask you what language are you speaking in?
Yes, often.
And what will you say?
We try always to say Israel next to the kids. We're proud Israelis. We don't feel there should be anything wrong with that. We have definitely noticed that some of the reactions we get are negative.
What does that negative reaction look like in practice? Do people make comments, or how do they behave when you tell them that you're Israeli and that the language that you're speaking in is Hebrew?
Yeah, so for us personally, we have not encountered, actual violent responses. So the most typical response that we get is people just stare at us and stop speaking to us, or they turn their back and go. So that's that kind of negative reaction.
And your 2 older children, they're attending a local public high school in your area in Victoria?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. They got a lot of reactions, so I don't know that they want me to state the explicit language that we used against them, but definitely they get a lot of negative responses.
Can you say what their experience has been like generally settling into their school? So
it's mixed. So they have found friends that are welcoming, and in general, I think Australians tend to be very welcoming, but there's always this element that is criticizing them for Israel's actions in the war.
And I want to ask you about some exchanges that you've had at the university that you work at, and you've described them in paragraph 8 of your statement. What were some of the things that your university colleagues said to you in the wake of the Bondi attack in December of last year?
Yeah, so I had many discussions about this with colleagues, also with people in my local community. And I got a lot of the response that it's unfortunate that this happened, it's terrible, but it's understandable that there is a lot of hate towards Israel. We understand how there's hate on both sides, and people are so angry about Israel's actions that this is the direct result of that. So, in essence, it's Israel's, fault, I want to say, for the horrible things Israel is doing. So certainly people were very understanding towards the motives. It was very sad for us. We felt that the victims, because of them being Jewish, are not considered to be truly Australians in a sense, and so they weren't, mourned as Australians.
You've described this sentiment that you're expressing now, Ms. Pinsky, at paragraph 10 of your witness statement. I wonder if I might ask you to read out that paragraph.
Okay, so paragraph 10. It says, I understand that there is genuine concern for and interest in the human rights of Palestinians, but there is a strong, almost singular focus on this issue on campus and in society generally, compared to the lesser focus on other issues like humanitarian issues in China and throughout the Middle East. Jewish and Israeli people are personally targeted and blamed for the actions of the Israeli government in a way that the citizens of other countries involved in conflicts are not. On campuses, this is inconsistent with the principle of academic integrity on which academia was founded, which includes welcoming collaborations and sharing knowledge without discrimination. I believe that the underlying reason for this conduct is anti-Semitism.
And why do you believe that? Why do you believe that the underlying reason is anti-Semitism?
Yeah, I believe there are two layers of anti-Semitism here. One is the singular focus on Israel, that campuses. My university is better than others, so campuses throughout Australia are full of posters and ads and call for actions about the Palestinian issue, and this is. It's true that there is actual concern, but it's also true that the actual data does not support that Palestine is the worst humanitarian crisis today in the world, or that Israel's actions in Gaza are worse than any other conflict in the world today, or even in conflicts led by democratic countries in recent years. So this is already a double standard, which I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I conceive this as anti-Semitism. And the second layer is the individual targeting. So, for instance, I have criticism that I think is very justified toward the actions of the Chinese government, but I would never ask a colleague or a friend if they originate from China, do they support the CCP or not? It is none of my business. I do not have to know that in order to decide whether to discriminate against them or not. I would not fill the public space outside my office with posters of the map of China dripping blood, because that will not be a welcoming environment for them, right?
Ms. Pinsky, you've also described in your witness statement the concerns that you've had about anti-Semitic content that you've seen online, and the steps that you have taken to try and report some of that content to various platforms. I might ask the operator if we can pull up some examples that you've included in your statement. It's stat.8999.0032.0001_0004. And this is page 5 of your witness statement. I want to ask you about each of the images or the posts that are on this page. These are all things that you've come across when you've been browsing online on Facebook?
Right, that's right.
And the top image, it might be a little hard to see in our screen. Love killing kids. There's a place for you today. There's a place for you in today's IDF.
Yeah.
Do you regard that post as anti-Semitic?
Yes, definitely.
And can you explain why?
Yes, first because the IDF is obligatory in Israel. So for instance, I served in the IDF. I was a teacher, Hebrew, in an elementary school. So there are various roles in the IDF. People go to support their country to defend against terror, which Israel is afflicted with and must defend against. And so this is not, to me, this is not a legitimate critic of Israel. It's not based on any specific data. It's just the kind of statement that you see over and over and over again online until you start thinking that might be true.
And can I ask you about the second image on that page? If we can scroll down. What do you see when you see that image?
Yeah, I see a representation of Hitler. He was right, meaning the Jewish people should have been exterminated.
And the last image on that page at the bottom, what do you see in that image?
Yeah, I see a classic type 1930 type anti-Semitic trope of Jews. Servers of the Satan, right?
There's, I think, some Spanish writing at the bottom. Do you understand what that phrase means?
No, I don't understand the phrase completely. Do you?
I did do a Google Translate, but I won't suggest that that's good evidence. And can I ask the operator to please go over the page to the next image at the top? The top image, it's an Israeli flag with 2 swastikas superimposed. What effect does seeing that kind of image have on you as a Jewish and an Israeli person?
Yeah, it's horrible. So yeah, I think comparison of Israel to Nazi Germany is very, very offensive to us. Like I have family that survived the Holocaust, or that succeeded in getting away just before the Holocaust, but their families were all killed, and I think there's no actual comparison between what Israel does and what Nazi Germany did.
And can I just draw your attention to the comment at the bottom? You anonymously reported the person's comment for displaying hate speech, and this one, it was a report that was made on the 26th of August 2025, and you made that kind of report for each of the posts that we've just been discussing?
Yes, that's correct. I did.
And can I ask the operator please to go to the next page, _0006. You've included a screenshot of this message in your witness statement. Can you tell me what this message is? It's a Facebook message dated the 2nd of September 2025, and it starts, "We didn't remove the comment."
Right, yeah. So this is the standard reply I got for all of these examples. We didn't remove the comment, we didn't remove the post. it doesn't violate our community standards. I find that very disappointing. Also, there's a large gap in time between you submit the report and when you get back the answer. So it's you lose the information actually about which comment did you refer to if you're not very, very careful. And also escalation at this step is quite ineffective because in any case, the views of every post and comment go quickly down with time.
And Ms. Pinsky, you've said in your statement that after receiving this kind of response, after making a number of reports on posts, you decided to stop reporting. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But you continued to collect some examples of what you saw to be anti-Semitic posts you were seeing online and particularly on Facebook.
Right.
Why have you done that? Why have you continued to collect that material?
I collected just to show people, to show, say, colleagues, non-Jews. I feel that not all people are exposed to this kind of, the language or the imagery, and it's quite striking, I think, in the sense that it's very, very similar to pre-World War II imagery.
And operator, can I ask that we turn over to 0007, which is an extra TP3. Ms. Pinsky, what's displayed on the page are some posts that you've recently screenshotted and saved from Facebook. And we can see that the one on the top left, 31 weeks, is that an indication that you extracted that post and you screenshotted it about 31 weeks before you prepared your witness statement to the Royal Commission?
No, 31 weeks is the Facebook. So I went back to the Facebook page to take the screenshot, and so this was 31 weeks after it was published, and as you can see, it's still there.
And do you know around about when that image was published on Facebook?
Yeah, okay, so 31 weeks before the day that I sent you my statement, pretty much.
Thank you. Thanks for confirming that. And so that takes us to sometime around the middle of last year, 2025.
Right.
Now, the post in the top left, we've got on the left-hand side a person who looks like a traditionally dressed Orthodox Jewish man, and then we have a series of dates along the middle, and what do you see as the top right image showing?
Yeah, the crucifixion.
And the one below that with the date 1963, what do you see that as being?
Yeah, I suppose it's the JFK assassination. Is this a history test? Because I'm not very good at history.
Maybe I'll take you to the one right at the bottom, 2001. I think we all recognise that image.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, so that's New York. I actually don't know the English terminology. The Twin
Towers. The Twin Towers on with the smoke coming out after the 9/11 attacks. Now, seeing that Orthodox Jewish looking man next to each of those images, what does that convey by that post?
Yeah, so I think it's meant to express that Jews stand behind all of these horrible, historical incidents that happened in the past. Specifically about the Twin Towers, I think the implication of Jews standing behind various terrorist attacks, even those that they are victims of, like Bondi, are very, very prevalent on social media.
And I just might ask you about the other two images on this same page. So the one in the middle of the page, operator.
The rat. That's fairly self-explanatory.
Can you explain what do you understand by the rat with the Star of David in the middle
Yeah,
of it.
that the Jews are the real plague in this world.
And the final image on this page.
Hitler again.
And I tried to tell you all. What do you understand that to express?
Yeah, I tried to tell you that we need to get rid of the Jews, right? That they are the problem.
You've said that these were posts that you've collected but that you haven't reported. But you've said in your statement that at least in the past you've made reports about posts that you've seen on other platforms, not just Facebook. And what has the response been that you've tended to get from those other platforms to
Yeah,
those
the
other
response
posts?
was almost always, I think, the same standard response. It does not violate the community standards.
Operator, we can take that image off the screen. And I wanted to conclude, Ms. Pinsky, by asking you about your family's future in
Yeah.
Australia.
I just make a last remark, sorry, about the social media. I bring it up because I think it's not necessarily the main driver of anti-Semitism, but it's certainly a great amplifier, and I think it's a very actionable part of what's going on. So I certainly think that the reports should have been acted upon quickly, and you know the entire spread of hate and disinformation should be not allowed to continue.
Thank you. You and your husband, you're permanent visa holders in Australia.
Right. That's right.
And when you came to Australia, your plan had been to settle here with your family on a long-term or permanent basis?
Yeah, that was our intention, yes.
And what's your plan now?
Yeah, so currently, if nothing changes, we plan to go back to Israel at the end of this year. We came knowing that there are problems, but we were hopeful that once the intensity of the war in Gaza diminishes, then hate will also decline, but we don't see that happening. So we don't feel Australia would be long-term welcoming and safe place for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pinsky. You are excused.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn for 15 minutes.
Commissioner, our next witness is Lea Levy.
Yes.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Miss Levy. Yes.
Can you please state your full name?
Yeah, Lea Levy.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement that's dated the 22nd of April 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It has ID stat.899.0022.0001R.
Yes. That will be received as Exhibit 1.28.
Mrs. Levy, you grew up in France,
Yes, correct.
in Paris,
Yes.
and you emigrated to Australia in 2015,
Yes.
and you were around 22 years old at that time.
Yeah, correct.
And you're Jewish.
Yes.
What does it mean to you to be Jewish?
So I grew up in a secular Jewish family. I did not receive a religious education, but the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and my family has a strong interest in the story of the Holocaust, the history of the Jewish diaspora, creation of Israel, anti-Semitism, and these subjects were discussed a lot at home, and that shaped my Jewish identity.
And you've said in your statement that growing up in France and living in Paris, you weren't subject to much anti-Semitism other than by one student at the school you attended.
Yes, correct. I was subject to only minor level of anti-Semitism, so I think that I was quite lucky in that regard. I was called a dirty Jew by one student at school repeatedly, and I heard some stereotypes against Jews in informal conversation in many occasions, but that was the extent of it.
And over the years that you lived in France and grew older and became a teenager, did you start to feel different living there as a Jewish person?
Yeah, I feel like the situation for Jews in France started to deteriorate around the time of the Second Intifada, so in the early 2000s, and across several waves. I remember in 2014, during the war in Gaza, there were weekly, very aggressive pro-Palestinian protests in the streets, and that were followed by a rise in tensions and a rise in attacks against Jewish people.
And you've referred in your statement to starting to feel no longer safe walking at night.
Yeah, so there were many reports of anti-Semitic incidents, such as like mezuzah getting ripped off doors and attacks on Jewish men just because they were wearing a kippah in the streets, and graffitis on the wall, and many incidents of this type. And these were followed by terrorist attacks against Jewish targets. In 2012, an Islamic terrorist shot and killed 3 very young Jewish kids in front of a Jewish school and the school rabbi. In 2014, only a few days before I left for Australia, there was an attack on a kosher supermarket in Paris that killed 4 Jewish people. So it became very clear that it was no longer safe. And not only as a Jews, but also more broadly, because these attacks were followed by large-scale Islamic terrorist attack on many other targets. And that's the main reason why we decided to come to Australia.
Charlie Hebdo attacks was one of those.
Yes, that's correct. I think that's a very important point, these 2 attacks that I talked about. So the attack against the Jewish school in Toulouse, that Islamic terrorists, few days prior, shot and killed 3 military personnel before attacking the Jewish school. And the attack against the kosher supermarket
that was done in coordination with an attack against Charlie Hebdo, which is a satirical newspaper. And the reason why they were attacked is because they published a cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad, and the terrorists considered that as blasphemy, and that's why they went into the newsroom and decimated everyone. And I think that's an important point that is not often discussed is, yes, Jews are targeted, but very often the West is targeted, and our democracy, our values, our freedom, Christian, women, the LGBT communities, they all have been targeted in terrorist attacks in Europe across the last 2 decades. And I think it's important to make that note because, you know, very often I feel like people think this is an issue between Jews and Islam, but I think it concerns everyone. And that's not something I hear a lot here in Australia. And I think it was just, an important point to mention.
Thank you. And the events that you've just described in France, by about late 2014 and early 2015, they were making you feel that it was no longer safe to live freely as a Jewish person there. Yeah. Tell me, why did you decide to move to Australia?
So I came to Australia first time in 2013 for a 6-month internship. And I chose Australia simply because I had a work placement opportunity and I didn't know anything about Australia. It was far away from France, an English-speaking country, so I thought, let's just come here and explore. And I discovered a very different environment to France with a great sense of safety and freedom. I felt welcomed. There was a successful multicultural society where everyone felt very well integrated, and I thought that was really impressive. And also a country that was far removed from tensions felt in Europe. And I loved it, and that's why I decided to migrate here permanently in 2015 with my partner.
And you said that before the 7th of October 2023, you sometimes heard comments that one might describe as casual anti-Semitism. And you said that they were either directed to you or they were just things that you heard in the areas that you inhabited. You've given an example. Can I ask you about the incident where a colleague said something to you about a cafe?
Yes, so we were walking around the CBD looking for a place to get coffee with a colleague, and we walked past cafe, a chain, and my colleague mentioned, well, let's not go there because it's owned by Israeli. And it was clear that it wasn't a positive thing to say. She made a face like she was expressing disgust while saying that.
And you've referred to another instance in about 2020 where you were speaking with a colleague at work about the parties to a transaction that you were together working on. What did your colleague say?
So he was mentioning that a corporation was owned by South African Jews, and that was the explanation as to why that group was being stingy and did not want to spend money on an asset.
And you've described in your statement being disappointed by these sorts of comments, but not surprised. Why weren't you surprised?
It wasn't the first time that I heard these kind of comments, and it's not going to be the last time either. So I know these views are relatively common. I was disappointed because they came from people I respected and people with a good education. What I found surprising is how casually they can be brought up in conversation, like it was the most normal thing to say.
And you've described in your statement starting to become worried about your safety in Australia after seeing and hearing about Australians' responses to the 7 October attacks by Hamas. Was that the first time that you worried about your personal safety in Australia as a Jewish person?
Yes, correct. I think these events, seeing chants of where is a Jew and Allah Akbar and burning flags at the Opera House that night. Well, at first I felt sick and disgusted, but also sad and worried because I had a sense that that was the beginning of a shift.
And you've described in your statement being on a bus journey through Sydney's eastern suburbs in 2024 and having a bit of an unusual experience on that bus trip. What happened?
So I was on the bus going back home after work, and the bus driver was playing a radio. On the radio there was a report on, it was a radio program talking about Israel's action in Gaza, and it was a very one-sided discussion on Israel targeting women and kids and thousands of casualties on that side, and untargeted strikes against hospitals and schools, and absolutely no mention of the hostages, why the war started in the first place, no correction on, that missile that hit a hospital was not an Israeli strike, but was Hamas misfire, and all these kind of things. And it was so loud, the whole bus could hear it, not only the bus driver, so it felt very deliberate, especially in an area with such a strong Jewish community.
You've described continuing since then to hear offensive comments around you about Jews and about Israel, and you've described overhearing a conversation at work and one of your general managers expressing frustration that business was slower due to the war at the moment involving Israel and Iran. What did the general manager say to your colleague in that context?
So I've overheard, I wasn't part of that conversation, but I was sitting in that same area, and I overheard that person asking my Jewish colleague, can you please ask Israel to stop bombing everyone? And I think it was meant to be some kind of joke, or it was made as a light comment, but that's not how it landed. And my colleague was upset, I was very upset. And to me that was treating a Jewish person not as an individual, but part of a group that is collectively and perpetually guilty. And I felt very upset to hear that.
Did you speak to your friend about that afterwards?
Yes.
And what did she express to you?
She was very upset. She wasn't sure what to do because it was in the workplace and she didn't want to have this impacting her relationship with people at work. She kind of kept it for herself, talked to her family, her friends, but there was no follow-up on that event.
And a comment that you recently heard related to Jews and money. What was that, and where did you hear it?
Yeah, so we were invited at a friend's house, and one of the man, 70 years old Greek man, absolutely lovely family that we really enjoy spending time with, just out of the blue started talking about how Jews had money and own the banks and own the media and are not sharing their money and always stay between themselves and are very secretive and control everything and all these kind of stereotypes. And yeah, it made me feel really disappointed because there are otherwise lovely people that we really enjoyed spending time with. So surprised in a way, but also, that wasn't, again, not the first time that I was hearing this kind of comments.
Did they know that you were Jewish when they were
making
those comments?
Yeah.
And you've acknowledged in your statements that some of these incidents of that more type of casual anti-Semitism that you've been describing, they may seem minor compared to physical violence.
Yeah.
Why have you decided to bring those experiences forward to the Royal Commission?
I think they help painting a broader picture and show how global and widespread anti-Semitism is and how almost socially acceptable it is to make these comments.
And what has your experience growing up in France shown you about how anti-Semitism can grow and increase in a society?
Yeah, so growing up in France, I saw how quickly it can escalate to a point where Jews are no longer safe and decide to leave the country. And you would notice I'm saying they are no longer safe, not they feel no longer safe, because it's not just a feeling or not just a sentiment anymore. Like, there are existing threats against them. And it's very distressing to see similar pattern emerging here in Australia, such as like normalization of stereotypes of gay Jews and weekly aggressive protests and calls for intifada in the streets and biased media reporting and a kind of lack of moral clarity and political courage from leaders, and most importantly, an hesitation or even a refusal to name and identify the main threat to Jewish lives, which is radical Islam. And all of that, I've seen it in France, and now I see it happening here. And it is very hard because the place that I chose for safety no longer feel as secure as what I had hoped.
And you've got a young daughter of your
Yes.
own. And what are your fears for your daughter growing up at this time in this place?
Well, I'm worried that it's going to take the same direction as France and becoming increasingly unsafe, and worried that not much is going to be done in action to rectify the situation. And it leaves me wondering, well, if it keeps going that way, then where do we go next? Because I feel like I'm running out of options.
You've said in your witness statement that, particularly after the 7th of October, you wanted your daughter to learn more about Judaism and more about her Jewish identity. What was one of the first steps that you took to introduce her to her Jewish culture?
Yes, so we participated in the Hanukkah by the Sea event in Bondi, and that was my first initiative to be closer to the community and show some Jewish culture to my daughter.
And after having been at that event, do you still want to take your daughter to Jewish celebrations and Jewish places?
I do want that, yes. My partner doesn't. So that's a discussion we have at home, where he simply says, well, I don't want her to be a target again. So I'm not forcing it because, well, I think it's unfair. So for the moment, we haven't really been to any other Jewish event.
And how, as a family, do you try and weigh the desire on the one hand for your child to learn about her identity and your fear on the other hand for her safety?
Yeah, so we try to have little steps toward learning a little bit more, doing a little bit more Jewish events at home. We light Shabbat candle on Friday night. We installed a mezuzah at our door recently. We are trying to have stronger connection with the Jewish community, but for now we just keep this private. We haven't visited a synagogue or participated in a public Jewish event, so we're trying to do that at home.
Thank you, Commissioner. Got no further questions.
Just one thing, Ms. Levy. You are critical of some media reporting of the Israel-Gaza war. Is that criticism of what I would describe as mainstream media, or is it social media? Where have you detected that bias?
Yes, mainstream media mostly. Social media as well. I think it's very hard to avoid anti-Semitism on social media. I think you just look at the comment section of any post related to attacks against Jews or what's happening in Israel or anything related to the subject, and then you see thousands of comments on abhorrent comments. But mainstream media, I think it's very hard to avoid accusation of Israel of starvation and genocide and all of that they are accused of. For example, when I go to work, I work in an office building, I have to spend about 30 seconds on the lift to go up to my office. There is a screen playing the ABC, and every single morning during the war, I had to look at the headline of all of these accusations against Israel, but always one-sided. They never talked about Israeli Spain. And it's very difficult to avoid. I mean, just walking around the CBD, it's hard to avoid a Palestinian flag, or, for example, my friend told me she recently went to a concert. She had a great time, and at the end, the performer just said, "Thank you," and "Free Palestine." And I think that happens almost every single day, and it's very tiring. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Levy. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness that we're calling is Nir Golan.
Yes.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, Ms.
Could you state your full name, please?
Sure. My name is Nir Golan.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared two statements to the Royal Commission, both dated the 10th of April 2026. Are the contents of each of those statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, I tender those statements. They are stat.899.0007.0003R and stat.899.0007.0004R. Mr. Golan, I'm going to ask you about the longer of those two statements.
Just before you do that, Ms. Phillips, I'm just going to indicate that in the order in which those statements were tendered, they are exhibits 1.29 and 1.30.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Golan, I'm going to ask you about the longer of your two statements that's just been marked Exhibit 1.29 ending in 0004. Have you got that in front of you?
Yes.
Now, I just wanted to ask you to start off, can you tell me about your family?
Sure. So like I said, my name is Nir Golan. I'm 45 years old. I'm married to a lovely Australian. We've got 3 beautiful children. We've been living in Australia since 2020, and we are very proud Australians.
And your family are Orthodox Jews?
We identify as Orthodox Jews. I grew up in an Orthodox environment. My wife grew up in an observant environment as well, correct?
And you're originally from the United States?
I was born in Israel. I grew up in the United States, and this is my 3rd time living in Australia. I originally came over here as a university student on exchange. I absolutely fell in love with the culture and the people, and I always knew I wanted to come back. I was very fortunate to be able to come back a few years later through work on secondment, which is how I met my wife. We raised 3 beautiful children in New York and then decided to move back to Australia, like I said, in 2020. And then I became an Australian citizen last Australia Day.
And in the past, you've worn a kippah or a yarmulke day to day.
That's correct.
And in your statement, you've outlined an incident that happened to you near a bus stop in Bondi Junction in late October 2023. You were wearing your kippah that day as you ordinarily would?
That's correct.
And can you describe what took place?
Yeah, so I was coming back from the city. I'd taken the train into Bondi Junction. It was a beautiful day. It was rush hour, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I decided to walk from the train station to the bus station on Oxford Street. And as I started walking, a man, a white man, wearing military-style clothing and a military backpack, approached me and started shouting and getting in my face very aggressively. He appeared very coherent at the time and deliberate in his actions, and started calling me all sorts of racial slurs, among them dirty Jew, started doing the Nazi salute, and started doing a gun finger at my forehead, imitating like he wanted to kill me.
How long did this kind of carrying on by this person go on for?
Yeah, I'd say the actual incident took maybe 1 to 2 minutes. Like I said, it was in broad daylight. There were many people around us, and so after a bit of after he put out the gun finger, I actually took my phone out to record him and said, "This is a hate crime, and I'm going to be reporting it." And this enraged him, and he started getting physical. No one intervened, unfortunately, except for one tourist, an American tourist, who jumped in. That tourist ended up getting bashed pretty badly. And this deranged person tried to get on the bus. He was actually denied entry by the bus operator, and then he fled off.
And you contacted the police in the aftermath?
Yeah, so as soon as the tourist intervened, and it was just me by myself, I broke down and started shaking uncontrollably and crying. Again, no one came to aid, no one came to help, no one came to do anything. And so I pulled out my phone and called 000. I also called CSG, it's one of our private security groups. Police took 20 minutes to arrive on the scene. CSG was there within 2 minutes. Eventually, police took a statement, and then some other people that some people that I know saw me giving my statement, saw me crying, and they came over and gave me some comfort. But that was really it.
And were you told later about the outcome of your police report?
I was. I followed up a few times with the police, and I was told that at the time a Nazi salute was not illegal. And so I said, okay, this man threatened to kill me. And I was told that the CCTVs did not have audio, and so they weren't able to capture any of the audio, any of the actual threats that he made towards my life. Even though I sent in video and pictures of this person, and was eventually told by the police that there's not much that they could do, and that the case would ultimately get thrown out, and it would be a lot of wasted effort for nothing, and encouraged to drop it.
And can I refer to paragraph 9 of your witness statement? You describe one particular thing about this incident that you found deeply disturbing. What was that?
I think it's a feeling of fear and isolation. When it first started, I went into shock, and I remember asking myself, did I just hear that? Is this actually happening in broad daylight in today's time? And it was an incredibly, I was scared, and I felt very vulnerable, and that feeling has not left me since then.
And you were contacted by a journalist from the ABC after this incident who was investigating the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia after the 7th of October. And you agreed to give an interview, but you placed a condition on that. What was the condition?
Yeah, that's correct. I requested that I be completely anonymous, that there's no identifying information about myself or my family. And the reason for that is we were scared. We did not want retaliation. We did not want to be targeted. And so those were the conditions for the interview.
And you've reflected back on that decision now in paragraph 14 of your statement, that you felt that you wanted to remain anonymous in giving that interview. How do you feel about that decision now?
I think it is part of the systematic and increasingly hostilities directed towards the Jewish people in this country. And I think that me not willing to go publicly just speaks to the fact of this toxic environment that has been allowed to develop.
You've described just then in your evidence and in your witness statement after the incident in Bondi Junction, feeling vulnerable and let down by the institutions that you believed were supposed to provide protection against anti-Semitic hate. What did you do next?
I felt a deep sense of duty to act and to do something. And so I was one of the founding organizers of a campaign, the Say No to Antisemitism campaign. We got signatories from industry leaders, from business executives, from politicians, from sports figures, asking them to sign a Say No to Antisemitism pledge. The irony being that prior to that, I had actually reached out to some of my colleagues, friends, who are not Jewish, asking them, please post on our behalf. Just let us know that you're here with us. And every single one of them said, this is not our fight. We do not want to get involved. And so that's what prompted me to start this Say No to Antisemitism campaign.
And the campaign was ultimately launched in November of 2023.
That's correct.
It was launched, I think, with about 600 prominent signatories.
That's correct. We had 19 former heads of state, executives of public companies, and ultimately we got over 10,000 signatures.
You've included that corporate pledge in paragraph 18 of your witness statement. Could I invite you to read it out?
Sure. Australian leaders say no to anti-Semitism. We are leaders from diverse industries and professions across Australia. We cherish the Australian way of life, one which celebrates acceptance, cultural diversity, and the values of a modern, tolerant democracy. Over the last 7 weeks, a 482% rise in anti-Semitic incidents has swept Australia's shores. We have been alarmed at the offensive language, vandalism, and harassment occurring on our streets, university campuses, and outside public Australian landmarks, including the Sydney Opera House, Flinders Street Station, and Parliament. We are unequivocal in our resolve that racism in all its forms is deplorable and abhorrent, whether directed towards Jewish Australians, Muslim Australians, Asian Australians, Indigenous Australians, or any minority. We will not tolerate such conduct in our workplaces and firmly reject it in our communities. To our Jewish employees, business partners, customers, and all who are affected, we acknowledge the heightened feelings of threat being felt by your community right now and affirm your right to physical and psychological safety. All Australians are entitled to be treated with respect, free from offensive, hostile, and intimidating behavior. We stand against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and any form of racism in our workplaces, hiring practices, and business dealings. Together, we are united in our support of an Australia where all citizens are treated with respect, inclusivity, and dignity.
Thank you. The 7 weeks reference in that pledge, is that a reference to the 7 weeks following the 7th of October 2023?
That's correct.
And how do you feel that today there's been over 10,000 signatories to this corporate pledge?
I feel incredibly proud that we've managed to get to such a large group of important people in this country across all religions and races, and that they were able to put their names against this pledge. I think it's incredibly important that the entire country hears from these people that they are with us.
And from paragraph 24 of your witness statement, you've described the experience that you've had in Bondi Junction being the beginning of a sustained deterioration in your sense of safety in this country. Do you still wear a kippah when you're out and about?
I wear a kippah, but I now cover it up with a baseball cap. And at home, we have had to change our children's behavior. Our children go to a Jewish school here in Sydney. Their school uniform has very identifiable Jewish symbols on it. And so we make sure that as soon as they come home from school, they take their uniform off. We don't let them out of the house with their kippah on. We make them cover their heads. They also wear tzitzit. It's string garments that hang outside of the pants. And we make them take that out as well, so that they cannot be identified visibly as Jewish.
And what's your concern if they were to be so identified?
That they would be attacked and that they would be subject to abuse.
Now, paragraph 27 of your witness statement, you said that by late 2025, your concerns had grown to the point where you began publicly voicing your fears about the security of Jewish Australians, perhaps a different posture to that you'd adopted when you spoke with the ABC in late 2023. You referred to having posted online in response to a rally that took place outside New South Wales Parliament House in November 2025. What did you become aware had happened at that rally?
Yeah, so it was a neo-Nazi rally in regards to abolish the Jewish lobby. They dressed up in full Nazi regalia outside of our institution, and that is not okay in in any country, but in especially Australia. And so I did take to X, to Twitter, where I actually could remain anonymous still at the time, and I posted. Can I read it?
Yeah, and this was on the 11th of November 2025 that you made the post that you're about to read.
That's correct. To our elected politicians, community, and business leaders, neighbours, friends, and fellow Australians, we do not feel safe anymore. Me, my family, my wife's family. Our synagogues are talking about it. Our schools. We are afraid. Please show us you're with us in this fight, that we're not alone, that this is not okay. Your silence is deafening.
A few weeks after you made that post on X, there was the Bondi attack. Your children's school community was particularly impacted.
That's correct.
How has that affected you and your family and your children?
Yeah, so my wife works at the school, and in the hours after the attack, she was responsible for coordinating how do we communicate to the children what's happened and at what age levels, what messages are appropriate. We have changed our behavior. My 6-year-old daughter refuses to go to Bondi Beach. My 2 boys won't go to any public Jewish event unless there is visible security present or police. When we drop the kids off at school, they won't get out the car until they see both our armed guards and police presence. And so it's completely changed how we act in this country.
And have you seen those experiences as one of the reasons why you felt it was important to come forward and tell your story to the Royal Commission?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I am now coming forward very publicly to tell our experiences, because I think over the last few years, we've created an environment where it seems to be okay to continue to have these escalations, and it is not okay anymore, and it's time that we stand up. So I've made the personal decision to come out publicly and speak about it.
And you've also been public about the fact that you're choosing to give evidence to the Royal Commission.
That's correct. That's correct. And as a result of that, we have been targeted online on social media groups. People have been posting vile and disgusting and threatening comments. We understand that that is allowed, but it is a calculated risk that we have taken because we feel that this message is very important to get out.
Commissioner, I might just note, and it was said in opening, that the reminder that it is a criminal offence to interfere with witnesses who are giving evidence before the Royal Commission.
It is indeed, Ms Phillips and Mr Golan. I assure you that it is a criminal offence for a person to take adverse action arising out of your evidence here at this commission.
Thank you.
Mr Golan, you've described in your statement the Bondi attack as being a devastating but not a surprising escalation, and you made a post on your social media about that sentiment in the days afterwards. You've included that in your witness statement, and I might invite you to read that out.
Sure. So for context, this was posted on my LinkedIn very publicly, and it was posted a few hours after the Bondi attacks.
It's on page 22.
To my friends and colleagues around the world, thank God our families have checked in okay. I wish I could say the same for our friends and loved ones who have just lost a family member in a flash. We live 3 minutes walk from where this attack took place. We cross that bridge 4 times a day to walk on the beach and play in the parks. This is our literal backyard. This is our Jewish community, our school children, our rabbis. We have been in their homes and they have been in ours. We have shared simchas and joyful occasions together, and now, heartbreakingly, we will have to share in sorrow together. Our community is traumatized. My wife has been on calls nonstop, working out what our schools should tell the children and how to support them at every age. This is not normal. This is our worst nightmare. And sadly, there will be many more victims before the dust settles. Most of you outside Australia don't realize what Jewish families here have been living through. A small glimpse. Gas the Jews chanted at the Opera House. No response. A mass march across the harbor bridge with giant posters of Ayatollah Khamenei. No condemnation. A kosher business firebombed. No outrage. Synagogues torched. No headlines. Cars and homes attacked. No concern. A child care center firebombed. No national alarm. Explosives prepared for Jewish schools. No crisis. Nurses vowing to kill Jewish patients. No consequences. A synagogue firebombed with people inside. Silence. In addition to the hundreds and hundreds of verbal and sometimes physical assaults on our children and community members, myself included, to which police have done nothing. And now, friends, families, people we know and love, and the world is silent? Not this time. We are standing up against hate, against anti-Semitism, against globalize the Intifada. Never again is right now. Sending our entire Sydney community prayers, strength, and love. Please pray. for life, for strength, for peace, for us. Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Israel High means the Jewish people live.
Correct.
Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Golan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Golan. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness is Joshua Gomperts.
Yes.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry, just a moment.
I believe Mr. Gomperts might be here in person.
There we go.
Oh, my apologies. I misread the room.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Can you state your name, please?
Joshua Gomperts.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission?
That's correct.
And your occupation is a paramedic?
That is affirmative as well.
Prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 20th of April 2026?
I did.
Have you got a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
And is the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tendered that statement, stat.899.0009.0001R.
Yes, the statement will be received as Exhibit 1.31.
Mr. Gomperts, how old are you?
I am 33 tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're an observant Jew,
I am indeed, and have always been.
and you would typically walk to synagogue on the Sabbath or Shabbat.
I do. I refrain from using any form of electricity, any shopping, anything like that as an observant Jew on the Sabbath.
And when you're walking to synagogue, would you ordinarily be wearing a kippah or a black hat?
When I was younger, I used to wear a black hat and a suit. In the later years, I've always worn a kippah and a Star of David.
You said in your witness statement that your grandparents were Dutch Jews who lost family members in the concentration camps during the Holocaust. What made them come to Australia?
That is correct. On both sides of the family, they lost their parents in Auschwitz and in the Holocaust. They came to Australia for a safer life, somewhere that they could be free. They wouldn't have to hide like they used to during Nazi-occupied Germany and Europe.
And can I ask you to describe your own first experience that you recall of anti-Semitic abuse?
I was around the age of 13 years old. I was walking home from synagogue, quite obviously Jewish, with a black hat on, wearing a suit. I was almost at home as well when I had another youngish person that lived in my street throw and break a glass bottle over me while swearing and screaming anti-Semitic slurs, and that was my first ever taste of anti-Semitism personally.
And how did that make you go about your day in the aftermath of that event?
At the time I was quite shocked. I didn't really know how to process it or what it was. Being still quite young, I didn't really understand what anti-Semitism was. Family didn't talk about it overly much either, trying to hide the past of Europe.
And you've described the next incident that you recall when you were about 14 years old. What happened then?
At the age of 14, I was walking to synagogue with my family, and we had a group of people throw eggs at us from a moving vehicle while screaming anti-Semitic slurs at us as well.
And that's not the only time that you've been egged walking to synagogue?
No, it's happened on a few occasions, or coming home from the synagogue on a Friday night. When I was older, around the age of 20, got egged by a group of youths outside the police station. So we actually walked straight into the police station and made a statement on the spot.
And what was the outcome of that process?
All the boys were caught as we had their license plates. They were picked up at their home only a short time later, and they did attend court and have to do communal service.
And you've described enrolling in a culinary course at a TAFE when you were about 16. What happened in that context?
So at the age of 16, I went to a culinary school in the evenings as part of my VCE, and there was a particular person in that class, and every time you'd make a mistake, it was always the same comment of "fucking Jew." And I called him out on that, and I said, "Why do you say those comments? You can see I'm obviously Jewish." But to him, he couldn't understand how the two had anything to do together. He said to me, you know, the Jews are the bane of existence, but he couldn't really explain to any further why. I ended up bringing that up with the teacher of the class later that evening, and that student had been removed due to some other issues occurring as well.
And you commenced volunteering with the St John's Ambulance Service in 2009. What does St John's do?
So I was a volunteer with the service for approximately 14 years. I started at the age of 16 in 2009. And they attend events around Victoria. They've got a representation in almost every state of Australia. And we're there to help festival goers, cyclists, any events that might be going on in the community. We're there to help people.
And you've recalled attending an event on New Year's Eve, the end of 2011, start of 2012, when you were 18. In your capacity as a St John's Ambulance volunteer. What happened on that evening in connection with that event?
So at that event over the New Year period, we were stationed at a music festival out in regional Victoria. And we're in an emergency service compound. So that area is only accessible to the fire services, the ambulance service, police, security. And we're sitting around, as we do with the other services, and one of the firefighters looks at me and he goes, "You're a Jew." And I was a little bit thrown off as to what the statement had relevance for. And he pulls out a large hunting knife and looks at me and goes, "I would skin you the way my family skinned yours in the camps." I was shocked at that moment. Luckily, I had fantastic commander staff who stood up for me on the spot. The commotion was overheard by the police who were in the compound as well, which ended up taking a whole nother trajectory. And management from the fire service had to come down from Melbourne on New Year's Eve to relieve that fire crew. We thought that was quite a funny statement to make. That situation was left in the hands of the ambulance service, police and the fire service. But I had support that came up from Melbourne as well to check in on them.
And you've noted that your colleagues from the ambulance service were supportive. How did that support manifest in the wake of that incident?
Initially, it was screaming back at the firefighters about how horrible the things that they were saying. But then it was just the continuous support over the days after that, checking in, making sure it's okay, making sure that there's no one from that service within my vicinity.
And by 2016, after being a St John's Ambulance volunteer for some time, you found yourself studying for your diploma of paramedicine at a Victorian university. You found out some information about an examination date. Can you tell us what happened?
So at the beginning of the year, the exam dates come out for the whole year ahead. I noted that one of those days, the exam fell on Yom Kippur, which is the holiest day of the year for the Jewish people. It's our Day of Atonement. I had brought up through to the university through the processes that are available and the instructions that were online through the portal. If you're unable to sit an examination on a particular date, I had put in a request to have that exam for myself moved to another day. I wasn't phased if it was before or after the day. It just couldn't be on that particular date. Adequate notice was given. This was 6 months prior to that exam date. I was then told that I'd need to sit with and meet with the board at that university campus to discuss it, as they couldn't move that exam date for religious reasons, and that that particular person wasn't willing to make an exemption in this case. I was quite shocked. I actually went and sought legal advice. I spoke with the Jewish Student Union. I had paperwork from rabbis supporting my statement as to why I couldn't sit examinations on that day. In the end, I ended up having a meeting with the board at that university campus, and they were backing initially that facilitator, saying that, you know, it's unable to be moved. When I told them that I had sought legal advice and that I did have a barrister on call, and I handed the number over to them, they asked me to leave the room. I'm coming back to that room approximately 15 minutes later. They said, oh, there won't be any issues in the exam, they can be moved now.
And you ended up sitting the exam on a different date that year?
I did. I sat it on a different date, but I wasn't alone. I sat that exam with 3 to 4 other students who all had to move that exam for themselves as well, for other reasons, such as family functions, weddings, personal reasons that they couldn't sit that exam on.
And what did you ask those students at the end of the exam?
After the exam, I asked them, you know, how did they go about the process of getting that exam moved? And for all of them, they said, oh, we just put the application in online and it was approved. They hadn't had any issues. There wasn't any meetings. It was just a simple application approval.
And you ultimately completed your degree and you started working as an ambulance transport attendant. And you've referred to an incident in 2020 when you were working in that role for a patient transport company, and when you and your colleague arrived to pick up a 90-year-old man from a hospital emergency department. What happened?
As we did every day, we were contracted to this particular public hospital service where we transfer into facilities between the hospital and their rehab facilities, or the hospital, and go back to their nursing homes. So we'd entered the emergency department that day to pick up a gentleman roughly in his 90s who needed to go back to either a rehab facility or nursing home. And as I'm standing at the end of the bed, sort of reading through his paperwork, he's done a Heil Hitler at me. I've sort of looked at him a little bit bewildered, going, was that what I actually thought it was, or is it something else? And then he did it again, and my partner noticed the second time as well. And when I asked him, what gives you the ability to do that, you know, in my workplace? And he sort of looked at me and he goes, I won't have a Jew touch me. As an old Nazi, I'm not letting you touch me as a Jew. And I was like, that's okay. I don't need to treat you. I don't need to touch you. It's your right who looks after you. And we turned around and walked off. My partner worked with the hospital staff to go and find another ambulance crew that would be able to pick up this job, but we weren't willing to do it that day.
And you've described the colleague that you were with and that made that arrangement as being appalled by what had happened. What was the reaction of your manager when you spoke to them about needing to rearrange this patient's transport the next day?
The next day I got a call from one of our managers, our operations managers, asking me what had gone on in the hospital that previous day. And he couldn't really understand as to why we needed another ambulance to come and pick up this patient and why I wouldn't be willing to transport them. I sort of made a comment to him that if he's unable to understand the reasons, then, you know, there's a bit of a problem going on with management as well. It's not just staffing and patients. Ultimately, I ended up escalating this to senior management who backed our decision that day.
And by 2023, you were working at a different workplace, and you've referred in your statement at paragraph 21 to a question that a paramedic you were working with asked you in the weeks following the October 7, 2023 Hamas attacks on Israel. What did this paramedic say to you?
We were sitting around at a standby for an emergency event that had gone on, natural disaster that was taking place. And this particular colleague, out of nowhere, just says to me, as a Jew, how can you support the killing of babies? And I was a bit bewildered because we hadn't been talking about Israel. I try and avoid talking about politics in the workplace. And I sort of just gave him this bewildered look, where another colleague again called him out for being ignorant and stupid with the remarks that he was making. But he couldn't understand or differentiate the difference between a Jew and Israeli politics, and how the comments that he was making ultimately are anti-Semitic.
I want to ask you next about your experiences as a volunteer, as a Hatzolah Melbourne emergency responder. You were a volunteer with Hatzolah between 2021 and 2025?
That's correct.
Can you describe what Hatzolah Melbourne does?
Hatzolah Melbourne, same as all Hatzolahs around the world, they have been established by the Jewish community to support anybody in the communities around them. In Melbourne, they're a branch of Ambulance Victoria, which is the state ambulance service. And their role is to sort of bridge the gap between communities and the ambulance service while providing care to those that need it while waiting for a state ambulance to arrive.
And you now work professionally for a public ambulance service, so you've seen what Hatzolah does from that perspective and also from your own perspective volunteering with the organisation?
That's correct.
And is there cooperation between the Hatzolah personnel and the ambulance personnel in the attendance to medical crises typically?
There's always been a strong bond between the two organisations. A lot of the training is provided by the state ambulance service for the volunteers to be able to, go out there and do what they do. And there's a good professional relationship between the responders and the paramedics out on the road as well. They're sort of very highly and spoke of very highly by paramedics on the road.
And you've described Hatzolah as a Jewish organisation. Its patient cohort are not exclusively Jewish?
No, so it's run by the Jewish community, but the patients can be anybody. As long as you're within the area of where they respond. There's never been a question of what religion are you, what race are you, what background are you when the phone gets answered. It's always, where is the emergency? And the responders that attend will treat anybody at those emergencies. Doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Jewish, Christian, atheist.
We heard from a witness who gave evidence yesterday about some protests in Melbourne soon after October 23. You attended that location in your capacity as a Hatzolah volunteer?
That's correct. I was the first to arrive, being just down the street at my parents' place having Friday night dinner when the call came in over the radio. At that point, I didn't even know that there was a protest going on because it was a Sabbath already. But I'd driven down there to find the road being blocked off by police and protesters on both sides of the road. For our safety of the volunteers and the safety of the patients that we've had, due to them being either affected by pepper spray from the police or from bricks that had been thrown from protesters. We had to set up a makeshift triage centre in a resident's house and use their bathroom and lounge room as our little triage facility.
And we heard that there were protesters that might be broadly described on the one hand as pro-Palestine and on the other hand as supporters of Israel. Who did you find yourself treating that day?
We treated anybody and everybody. So we had the police request if we could come and treat some people on the pro-Palestinian side, which we obliged with as long as, we had some form of security personnel with us. And same thing, we were treating journalists on the scene. We were treating pro-Israel supporters and anyone that had sort of just been caught in the crossfire that were members of the public.
On the 6th of December 2024, there was an arson attack at the Adass synagogue in Melbourne. Adass is a synagogue, as you understand it, of members of an ultra-Orthodox sector of the Melbourne Jewish community.
That's correct.
And how did you learn about the attack on that synagogue?
So one of the Hatzalah responders and also one of the founders of Hatzalah was actually in the building at the time. I woke up that morning to screams on the radio for help. We weren't really sure at the time whether help was needed and who needed help, as the radio communication was a little bit sketchy at the time. I managed to work out it was in Adass, and I started heading down there, not knowing exactly what we were heading to. As I got closer to the Adass synagogue, that's when I saw the smoke start coming out onto the main road. And that's when I decided to call the fire brigade and the police. And this was before the members had even made it out of the building at that stage.
And did you see the people who were in the building emerge at a later point?
So just after I'd pulled up out the front, I'd seen two people come out of the building that I both recognised from within the community, one being a Hatzalah responder and one another community member. And it was at this point as well that I had said to the police over the phone, I think this is a terrorist attack. I don't know why, I didn't know what the cause was, but something didn't seem right about this fire, about how quickly it just engulfed the building.
And you've described starting to hear loud noises when you were on the scene. Well, what did you think that was?
So at the time, we thought that there were still attackers around. We didn't know who was around. The other community member that had come out of the building had actually jumped into my car as I was moving it to make room for the fire brigade. And he was screaming, "They're shooting at us, they're shooting at us." And in our mind, we thought we were being shot at, but it was actually the room popping off, or the building popping off and the fire popping off. And it happened to be the police had come as well with their guns drawn after mentioning that it could be a terror attack. So between the confusion of police officers and a building popping off, we fled the scene at full speed, not knowing what was happening to the other.
You've said in your statement that although you're not personally a member of that Adass synagogue congregation, you were particularly affected by the fire, having seen it firsthand. What was the timing of the fire in relation to what was happening in your family at that time?
So one, it was very early in the morning, so it's not something you're really expecting waking up. And two, we had a baby 2 days later. So I was at home with a very heavily pregnant wife who was about to have our first child. And she also wasn't sure what to do. In one hand, she's unwell. On the other hand, I've been in a terrorist attack. And it's finding that balance of who was sort of worse off that morning.
We saw news that in March of this year, Hatzalah ambulances were set alight in London, in the United Kingdom. How has that news affected you?
I think it affects everybody worldwide, especially when you're involved in these organisations. As all these organisations are there to treat all the sick and heals the wounded. We don't usually discriminate, or we don't look at the patient and their background that we're treating, we're looking at them as a person, what's wrong with them in that time. So to hear that organisations like Hatsola are being firebombed and aren't able to go out and help those in the community that need it, it's a shock to all, but it's not a surprise.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got no further questions for Mr. Gomperts.
I'm sorry, Ms Phillips.
I said I've concluded my questions for Mr. Gomperts, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr Gomperts. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ms Hager will be taking the next witness.
Commissioner, I now call Kovi Paneth, who will be appearing via AVL.
Yes, thank you.
Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Do.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Kovi Paneth.
And I confirm your address is known to the Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 24 April 2026, is that right?
Yes.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It is stat.899.002.001_R.
Yes. The statement will be received as Exhibit 1.32.
Mr. Paneth, you live in Melbourne, is that right?
Yes.
And you've told the Commission that you come from a family of Holocaust survivors. Can you tell us a little about your father's and your mother's story?
Sure. So my father came to Australia in 1949 from Hungary after going through Theresienstadt concentration camp. My mother's family were lucky where they were able to flee Germany in 1939, shortly after Kristallnacht. They were lucky in that they saw the writing on the wall, I suppose. We come from a family who have nothing but gratitude for Australia for allowing both my mother's family and my father's family to come and settle here after the Holocaust. And we were always imbued with a feeling of needing to be good corporate citizens and be good community citizens. To that effect, actually, my mother recently received an OAM for her services to the community. Thank you.
You follow Jewish traditions, you attend your local synagogue.
Yes, I am an Orthodox Jew. I'm visibly Orthodox as I wear a yarmulke all day.
And can you tell us about the incident that occurred on the 26th of November 2025?
Yes, so it was just another day for me in that I was in Sydney on business and returning home to Melbourne, and I was on the excuse me, I was on the SkyTrain back to the airport. One or two stops before I was to get off, I heard a bit of a commotion behind me, and then I heard someone screaming words to the effect of, "How many babies would you need to kill in Gaza before you will be happy, you effing Jew?" So I turned around and I could see people, there were probably 10 or 15 people on that train with me, start to move away from that individual. And as I turned around, I saw he was a rather large man. He was dishevelled looking, but he was aggressive, and he was actually looking to try and bait me into some sort of altercation. I thought at that time it wasn't worth any sort of physical altercation with him, so I quietly sat down and just ignored it. And after another minute or so of him rambling on and saying things, he realised he wasn't going to be able to bait me, so he actually just stopped. What struck me wasn't necessarily the abuse itself, because to be honest with you, this happened a couple of weeks before the Bondi massacre. And these events weren't rare, and in our community, we were speaking about these things on a regular basis. It wasn't necessarily that, as I mentioned, the discomfort I was feeling, but it was more about the normalisation of the situation, whereby nobody else on the train with me commented, nobody else on the train said anything in support of me, and it just felt to me that this was normal now. This is how things occur, where in Australia, Jews get abused, and that's just the way how it is. And that's the part that was very, very upsetting to me, in that this is now normalised in society and quite acceptable.
And after that event, did you consider not wearing your kippah in public?
Yeah, so I had a conversation with my wife about that, and she said, look, maybe it's time for me not to be so visibly Jewish. And I absolutely refused to do that. I said, if we do that, we let the bastards win. And it's just not something that we're gonna ever put up with for myself. But I must say that I don't allow my children, or my children, even of their own volition, don't wear their Star of David necklaces in public, and they have toned down their Jewish visibility when in public, out of concern and fear.
At what point did they stop wearing their necklaces?
So it's something that actually they stopped doing, I'd say well over a year ago. And I suppose what actually happened to my child just several weeks ago was she was at a bar on Saturday night in Chapel Street here in Melbourne, where I suppose a gentleman came up to her and tried to get her phone number from her, and she politely said no, thank you. He was quite persistent, and then he turned around to her and said to her, "I'm a Muslim, you're a Muslim. Why won't you give me your number?" To which she said, "No, I'm actually not a Muslim." And his response was then, "Oh, are you a dirty effing Jew?" And
did she tell you how she felt after that experience?
Oh, she was floored by the comment, but she actually had the wherewithal to take out her camera and start videoing and say to him, "Do you want to say that again?" And one of his friends came over, saw what was going on, grabbed the phone out of her hand and refused to give it back to her, and then said to her, "Ignore him, he's drunk. I'm sure not all Jews are dirty effing dogs." And then she said she was going to go to the police, who were visible on Chapel Street, and he gave back if he didn't return her phone, which he did, and then he walked away with his friends. And when I spoke to my daughter about this, her comment to me was, "But Dad, this isn't something new. This is what's going on out there." And as a result of that, I'd actually spoken to other parents whose children had other similar things happen to them. And that's just reality for our children in Melbourne in 2026.
You also mentioned that on a Friday night, ordinarily it might have been normal to walk to a friend's house for Shabbat dinner, but that practice has changed, at least for your wife. Is that right?
Yeah, those days are gone for us. I won't. We live in a Jewish neighbourhood, and as you mentioned on Shabbat, we don't drive, we walk. But I won't let my wife or children walk by themselves at night in the dark, especially in light of recent events that have occurred in our neighbourhood. It's just not something that's done anymore by my family, and I think by many other families as well. It just doesn't. It's not safe. It's really not. I live around the corner from my local synagogue, and it is jarring for me to see police on horseback patrolling up and down our streets. It's jarring for me when I go to synagogue to see police SWAT vehicles outside my synagogue on both sides of the road. This isn't the Australia that I grew up in. this isn't a society that I want our next generations to grow up in. It's just not. It's just not.
Would you
not
say?
acceptable.
Would you say you have mixed feelings observing that security? Is it on the one hand jarring, but on the other hand, does it provide you with any source of comfort?
I suppose it does provide me with comfort to a degree, but there's a lot of anger. There's just a lot of anger that this has to go on. We don't deserve it, and we shouldn't have to live like this. Having to live under police security is not an environment that we want to be in.
Would you say there was a particular turning point over the last few years in terms of your observations of anti-Semitism? Has it gotten worse at any particular point?
Oh, undoubtedly. Look, I grew up, I've been here 54 years, and yeah, growing up there'd be the occasional anti-Semitic comment because I am visibly Jewish, but I don't think that it was necessarily real anti-Semitism in regard to, if you're called an effing Jew or whatever the case is. They're just as likely to see an English person if they hear him talk with an accent and call them a pom or an Italian a derogatory term. It's just the way how it is. But I think since October 7, anti-Semitism has gotten real. Anti-Semitism, as we've seen, has gotten violent, and I've been saying to all of my work colleagues and my non-Jewish clients that things are going to be really bad, and I think that the overwhelming theme I think you may realise through this commission is that nobody is really surprised about what happened in Bondi. We all felt that something terrible was going to happen, and there just wasn't the degree of surprise. And post the massacre, quite a lot of clients reached out to me, and many of them commented that they thought I was being melodramatic. But they now realise that what we're going through is really frightening. It really is frightening for us.
Mr. Paneth, thank you for giving your evidence today. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Paneth. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness goes by a pseudonym, AAO. There is a direction in place prohibiting the publication of her name and any identifying information, and she will appear via AVL, but her image will not be shown on the live stream.
Yes, thank you.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation? Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
An oath. Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Ms Hager, Counsel assisting the Royal Commission. You've been allocated a pseudonym AAO, and I'll refer to you in that way today.
Okay.
You have prepared a statement for the purposes of the Commission dated 1st of May 2026, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes, I do.
Is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement. It is stat.899.0047.0001_R.
Yes, the statement will be received as Exhibit 1.33.
Now, you live in Melbourne, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
With your husband and son?
That's correct.
And you are Jewish?
I'm Jewish. I was born in Melbourne and raised as a Jewish girl in Australia.
You went to a Jewish school?
Yes, I did, in Burwood.
And you say that being Jewish was never a problem for you, it just felt normal. Can you elaborate on that for us?
Well, in Australia, I mean, we consist of a multicultural society, and people were Italian and Jewish and Greek, and I feel being Jewish was just who I was. You were just part of the community, part of the country, and it was peaceful and safe, and great place to be a Jewish young girl. Freedom. Felt really good.
And your father was born in Paris during World War II.
That's correct.
And you say he was given away as an infant to a non-Jewish French family for his protection.
Yes, my grandmother was left with my grandfather was fighting in the French army, and she was left with her nephews, 2 nephews, because her sister and her sister's husband were taken by the Germans, and they never were seen again. But she had her 2 nephews to protect, and my father, so she had to do whatever she could to keep them alive, and she took them to the countryside and paid a non-Jewish French family to take care of them for over 12 months.
And then your father immigrated to Australia when he was 10 years old?
Yes, that's correct.
And he's now 84 and works at the Holocaust Museum, is that right?
Yes, he volunteers at the Holocaust Museum and has coffees and is very socially active there. He's found a little network of child survivors of the Holocaust, and they're all in their 80s and 90s, and there's not many left at this stage. But he came together over writing a book, and he wrote a chapter in it, and the book is called In the Sunset of My Days, and it's a collaboration of survivors and their stories. It's really amazing.
And your maternal grandparents were in a concentration camp in Poland?
Yes, that's correct. My grandfather, he had a family pre-war, a wife and a child, and they were taken and never to be seen again. And my grandmother had a husband who was never to be seen again, and my grandparents met after the war. And it's actually, since they passed away, we never actually found out they were married, but there was no evidence of that. But they had my mother in Germany post-war.
In your statement, you refer to the events of October 7, and you note that sadly one of your cousins was killed in Israel.
Yes. When I mentioned that my grandmother saved someone, her nephew in France, he moved to Israel after he came to Australia. He grew up and moved to Israel. His daughter was one of the victims of kibbutz Be'eri. She was the first Australian identified, and she was murdered by Hamas, and he still is alive today. So he's lost his parents and his daughter. And he's still here in Israel.
And so moving forward to the present, you recount an incident on the 13th of January 2026 at the Australian Open. Can you tell us about that?
I have a friend that comes every year in the summer. We often make it an adventure to go to the tennis. We love it. So we buy tickets to Rod Laver and ground pass, and we spend the day in the tennis precinct. So we've been at Rod Laver, and we've just gone out to get something to eat and to get a drink, and I was waiting for him, watching the screens to see where we were going to next. And I put myself on a bench, and a lady was sitting there already, and I asked her if I could have the stool on the other side. She passed it over, and then she started engaging with me and asking me where I was from. I told her, and then my friend came over, and then she asked him where he was from, and he told her America, and she just started talking about Donald Trump and politics in Australia, and the immigration policies in Australia should be a bit more like the United States. So anyway, she just kept talking, and we were not really engaging, but listening in one ear, but also having a conversation on the side. Then she went on to say again how fabulous Donald Trump was and his immigration, and then she started about Australia's immigration policy and that we let too many Muslims in and how badly it's managed. And then she went on to talk about that the job that they did in Bondi wasn't good enough and they should have killed more, and that Jews are the worst and they kill their babies. And she was just ranting about Jewish people and how terrible we are, that they're bad for society and should have done a better job. And it was just out of nowhere at an amazing sporting event in Melbourne, which is in the height of summer. Everyone's in a good mood. It's not a place, or it's never a place, but it was just totally unexpected. She's a lady that I would never have thought would have had such hatred in her. She's very Australian, in her 60s. And I just feel it was very deep-seated, the hatred.
Do you have
I don't know where it came.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I just said I don't know where that would have come from and why it was present on that day.
Do you have any reason to think that she knew you were Jewish?
No, definitely not. Oh, I wasn't wearing anything obvious. Since October 7, I haven't really worn a Star of David. I haven't worn a chai, which I normally wear, which is a sign of life in Hebrew. I had that on for many years, but I don't wear it, especially to an event like that. I just don't deem it necessary.
And at the very start of the conversation with this person, before she made these comments, you exchanged some details about your life, but when she asked you which school you went to, how did you answer that question?
Well, she asked me if I knew. I asked her where she was from because she was exchanging. She said Box Hill. She said, "Do you know where that is?" And I said, "Yes, I went to school there," which is the next suburb from Mount Scopus where I went. And she said, "Oh, which school?" And I replied PLC because I didn't want to identify as Jewish to her on that day. I don't know why, just instinctively.
Do you do that often? Conceal your connection to a Jewish school in that way?
I don't conceal it. I just don't advertise it. I think, whereas I used to be very openly, I'm not proud, I am proud. I just feel I need to be more discreet in this time.
When you say you used to announce it openly, at what point did that change?
I think October 7. I think we felt safe in Australia and secure, and just like every other Australian. I think now we live in daily fear and are concerned about the future here. So we're just kind of quiet. I think that's the best way to describe it. We're quiet. We've always been quiet, but this is just, we've been left in fear of what our future is here. So we're just quiet. Well, that's how I feel.
Did you report this incident at the tennis?
I did. I gathered my thoughts. I went over. I said to the lady, we're going to get another drink. I gathered my thoughts with my friend. I said, we have to report this to security. So I went over to the lady that was just at the entrance, and she was totally gobsmacked with what I told her, and she called the police straight away, and they were there within 2 minutes. So they took a handwritten statement, and the lady was still sitting where we had left her. So they told us to move on so she didn't see us, and they removed her. They rang me later actually and told me that they had taken her out of the tennis.
And how do you feel about how the police dealt with that incident that day?
I thought they took it seriously, and I was really pleased actually with the police. It was very close to October 7th, so everyone was, still heightened. They really were very, very helpful, and so was the security staff and Tennis Australia. I reported it to them as well, and they were very responsive.
And has this incident had any lasting impact on you, or for that matter, the experiences of anti-Semitism across society? What sort of impact have they had on you?
Well, my family and I are very careful on where we go, and we think about if there's a Jewish event in a public space, we think about should we go? We think about the security that's going to be there, but not even an event. I'm actually just saying day-to-day things. I mean, I go to my friends' kids are at the point of having engagements and weddings and parties and celebrations. We have to have a lot of security, and there's always a couple of security guys at every private event and public event that I attend. It's very noticeable that we have heightened security, and it's quite terrifying sometimes. I do volunteer work at the Jewish Council of Women, and the security's had to be stepped up. New cameras, new security systems, new security guards. Everything we do has to be considered, whether there's the right amount of security, whether my family and I should go. My son is a coach at the Ajax Football Club, and, worried about things that can happen on the field, off the field. Everything's a concern. Where there's a Jewish event or a Jewish gathering, you never know. Whether you're walking on the street, you just don't know.
Thank you for joining us today. I have no further questions.
Thank you for your evidence. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Make sure I note the time.
Yes. The Commission will adjourn and resume at 2:10. Yes, Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness is Vic Alhadeff OAM.
Good afternoon.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Vic Alhadeff.
And you've prepared a statement that's dated the 24th of April 2026.
I did, yes.
Have you got a copy of that statement with you?
Yes, I do.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It has doc ID stat.8999.0023.000R.
Yes, the statement will be received as Exhibit 1.34.
You're a non-executive director of SBS and you've held that role since 2021.
That is correct, yes.
And you have a history of leadership positions both in media organisations and in Jewish community organisations.
That is right.
You were formerly an editor of the Australian Jewish News.
Yes, I was.
And you were formerly the CEO of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
For 17 years, yes.
And in 2014, you were appointed as the chair of Multicultural New South Wales, a New South Wales government body.
That is correct.
And you spent a lot of your professional life trying to build bridges between the Jewish community and other communities.
I did.
And do you feel that over the course of your career you've developed a sense of what effective leadership in communal organisations looks like?
I would definitely say so, both in the media and in building bridges across social divides, perceived social divides, social barriers. So I've dedicated my personal and professional lives to bringing people together, and if I may say, have been recognised for so doing in various ways. You
Commission, this witness was awarded an honorary doctorate by the University of Sydney in recognition of those efforts in recent times.
And I think recognised by the award of the Order of Australia in January of 2024.
That is right, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have observed in your statement that prior to the 7th of October 2023, anti-Semitism was something that was socially unacceptable in your view and confined to the margins of Australian society. Prior to October 7, where did you see anti-Semitism manifest?
Prior to October 7, 2023, it manifested in various ways, but while no incidence of bigotry of any form or of anti-Semitism is acceptable, one could say on an objective analysis that the incidences of anti-Semitism were at the margins of society. We're pretty much at the margins, whether it be on the sports field, toxic manifestation on social media. It was abnormal to say. And the way that everything has shifted, I'd like to make that point with the following statement. Australia 2026 is not Germany 1933. And I make that point emphatically. There's no comparison, there's no analogy. Some years ago, a French filmmaker named Claude Lanzmann produced a documentary on the Holocaust. It was called Shoah. It was an epic 9-hour documentary. And after it was made, he attracted a lot of media, and he was asked by journalists, why did he see the need to make that documentary? Wasn't everything about the Holocaust that had been said already said? And his response was, there was one question which had never been asked. And that question was, when is it too late? I think that we can borrow from Claude Lanzmann and apply that question to when is it too late, or is it too late, to repair the fracturing of our social fabric in this country? So is it too late when just recently there was a Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras, and the only way in which a Jewish cohort could safely take part in the Mardi Gras was with rows of police officers on the left and on the right with a fire truck behind them and surf lifeguard savers in front of them? Is it too late when there's a perceived need to double the size of security barriers outside Jewish institutions? Or when Jewish students on campuses are called baby killers? Or when Jewish children and adults even are discouraged from identifying as Jewish publicly because of the vilification they might receive? So all these are questions with which Jewish Australians are wrestling every single day. They're not questions which were asked by the community prior to October 7. And I think that making that point is the most effective way that I can answer that question as to what has changed between prior to October 7 and post October 7, 2023.
And the observations that you've just made, do they feed into what you said in your statement about anti-Semitism feeling like it now forms part of the ecosystem?
It very much does so, and that is something which we see across civil society, whether it is Jewish artists struggling to get a gig even though a particular band comes to mind, they won a number of gold medals in a global competition and yet struggle to even get onto a stage back here in Australia, whether it's Jewish students on campus being vilified, and social media as well being sadly a toxic place right now. And so yes, it has morphed from being at the edges to taking a place in the ecosystem where it is no longer surprising when one sees people are shocked but not surprised when one sees such incidents, when sadly in giant letters the words "Jew die" are painted outside a Jewish institution, and yet that is terrifying, and yet sadly not a surprise. Or getting even worse when we saw in recent times Jewish institutions being firebombed or destroyed, or Jewish politicians' offices being so attacked. So yes, it has morphed from being at the edges to front and center in our ecosystem, where it is no longer a surprise, sadly, when we hear of such incidents.
Can I take you, Dr. Alhadeff, to paragraph 9 of your witness statement? You refer there to an article that you published in a major Australian newspaper in February 2024, where you referred to several incidents of anti-Semitism that you directly become aware of. I'm just going to ask you to comment very briefly on each of them in turn. So the first was by a school student.
So that incident was, and to the credit of the school, I was contacted by the leadership of a major girls' school where 3 year 11 students had posted on Twitter, or X as we now know it, "It's time to burn the Jews, it's time to gas the Jews," and for good measure also posted a photograph of themselves with their arms in the shape of a swastika. The school contacted me, they invited me to come in, and I had a meeting with the 3 students, and this is something which I had done a number of times over the years, including just a couple of weeks ago as well. And my modus operandi in such situations is to seek to engage with the students in 2 ways, both as in a remedial way and educative. And the remedial way, essentially, to engage with the students as fellow Australians who share this great country, who share similar values, and to get through to them on a personal level. And then the educative aspect of it is to point out the impact of what they actually are saying. My own paternal grandparents were murdered at Auschwitz. So in that particular case, I took along a photograph of my grandparents and asked them directly, with the permission of the school, "Is this exactly what you are calling for?" And it seemed to be the first time that that the students had been confronted with the potential impact of what they were actually calling for.
And another instance that you referred to in that article was an instance of anti-Semitism with a priest. What did that involve?
This related to another significant school, again a girls' school, where a priest had delivered a sermon to several hundred of the students. And this information came to me from one of the teachers who was present and who was deeply concerned at what had transpired. The priest had said in his sermon to the approximately 300 students, "The Jews are a jealous people," quote unquote. After this was brought to my attention, I contacted the priest and we had a lengthy conversation. In fact, he eventually came to my office, where I asked him on what planet, I possibly used those words, on what planet is calling any group of people a jealous people? How is that conducive to social cohesion in 21st century Australia? And his response was, "Oh no, I was only referring to Jews at the time of Jesus." To which I replied, "Are you suggesting that your audience, teenagers, impressionable teenagers, would be mentally drawing a line in the sand between jealous Jews at the time of Jesus and Jews today?" And made the point that this was totally inimical to social cohesion, in fact ran counter to social cohesion. And sadly, the conversation went round in circles, and I believe I made no impact at all.
And the next instance that you referred to in your article was a ute driver with a license plate with Nazi connotations.
Yes.
What was on the license plate that you were referencing there?
I was driving towards the Anzac Bridge and happened to notice that the ute driver in front of me had a number plate which said 88, the eighth letter of the alphabet is H. So 88 signifies HH, which signifies Heil Hitler. And Sieg Heil was again a Nazi war cry. I know I'm saying this in front of a judge, but I picked up my phone while driving. And I guess I can't deny that now. And took a photograph of that number plate and did refer it to the police.
And you wrote in your article about these instances and others that you'd become aware of by February 2024, that racist epithets which were previously whispered are trumpeted brazenly. And I might ask you to read out the other extract of that article in the paper that you wrote, that you've included at paragraph 9 of your statement.
The incidents were endless, emanating from every corner of civil society. Yet, the range of circumstances notwithstanding, one common denominator underpinned them all: the critical factor in determining whether positive outcomes were feasible was leadership, or lack thereof.
You wrote another article at around the middle of last year that was published in the same newspaper, and you relayed a couple of incidents that you'd personally experienced in that piece. The first one involved your attendance at the Sydney Writers' Festival in 2025, and in particular an incident that happened at the end of one of the sessions there. Can you tell us about that?
I attended the Sydney Writers' Festival, which is something that my wife and I have done religiously, dare I say, for many years now. And we attended a session towards the end of last year. The topic was Antisemitism and Social Cohesion. There were two very eminent authors on the stage, and towards the end of the session, is approximately between 50 and 60 minutes, there was Q&A, at which a woman stood up, got to her feet, and said, "We're all, quote unquote, we're all missing the elephant in the room, the Jewish tentacles." And in full disclosure, I shouted out, "That's disgusting." And then that was almost the end of that entire session, and the session ended. I actually approached that woman, and because she happened to be sitting near me, and said to her, "Talking about tentacles in this context is anti-Semitism right there." She went her way, as I did. The most concerning part about all of that was the unashamed brazenness with which anybody could stand up in front of 300-400 people and put out this appalling racist trope that Jewish people have tentacles and are using them to nefariously shape society to their will. That is what she put out there. Sadly, there was no rebuttal, and those 300 to 400 people would have exited that room with that racist image of Jewish people uppermost. So that was deeply concerning. And again, it goes to your first question about how that sort of conduct is, there it is in mainstream society at the Sydney Writers' Festival.
And you referred in the same article that you described that Writers' Festival incident to an act of road rage that
Yes.
was directed towards you, not the instance on the Anzac Bridge. Can you tell us about that?
That was very simply, quite recently, I was in Bondi, and I was waiting to turn into a public parking lot, and a car was blocking the access into the parking lot. And there was quite a bit of space in front of him. I rolled down my window and politely said, "Could you move forward, please?" At which he erupted and said, "Effing," the full word, "effing South African Jew, you think you can come to this country and take over?" And again, "effing South African Jew." In my former role as Chief Executive of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, I had dealt with many such incidents where I had counseled members of the community in how to respond to issues. I had never had such a situation thrown at me personally. And when I say for no good reason, there is never a good reason for any form of bigotry. And yet, what shocked me, it was apropos of nothing. I actually sat in my car for a few moments and said, did that actually just happen? And I said to myself, how did we get to a place where law-abiding citizens, going about their business peacefully no less, can suddenly be abused with this eruption which seemingly had apropos of nothing?
In your article that you wrote reflecting on this incident, you said this, "We are at a defining moment in this country. Social cohesion is being tested like never before. Where is the nation which championed multiculturalism? When does the damage to civil liberties and the assault on human rights become so normalised as to be irreversible? Where are the voices of civil society demonstrating courage and leadership and calling out anti-Jewish racism?" Now, you've had engagement with areas of civil society in the past where you have seen courage and leadership calling out incidents of racism. Can you tell us what happened what happened in relation to an engagement that you had with a TAFE college in the past experiencing an incident of anti-Semitism amongst its student cohort?
Certainly. This was during my former role as Chief Executive of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies. It came to my attention that a young man, he was all of 20 years old, had been studying motor mechanics, to become a motor mechanic. And turned out that he had been racially abused in his class at TAFE, New South Wales, for 2 years. And to his credit, he had kept meticulous notes, dates and chapter and verse of what had taken place. He had repeatedly lodged complaints up the line. His complaints had been brushed aside. And that's the point in which he came to see me. I got involved, and after a number of meetings, first of all with the head of the department, but then most significantly with the then Chief Executive of TAFE New South Wales, an exceptionally impressive woman. And after discussion and examining the issue, she implemented a detailed protocol governing conduct for students, for staff, and given that TAFE New South Wales has a student body of approximately, I believe, 500,000 students, the impact of her action is limitless. To make such a strong statement about this is what is acceptable, this is what is not. It included anonymous voting channels, if this is how you need to report incidents, etc. So she set a very clear line in the sand and demonstrated absolute leadership. In fact, so impressive was she that she was headhunted to the Treasury in New Zealand.
And I'd like to ask you next about your observations of leadership, especially in cultural and faith groups, where you've seen it work and where you've seen it not work quite as well. You've said before that you've engaged in interfaith initiatives for many years.
Yes.
And in paragraph 29 of your statement, you've referred to a speech that was given in 2014 that incited violence against Jewish Australians. What did you do in response to learning about this at that time?
At the time of that speech, it came to our attention that there had been no prosecutions or even charges under Section 20D of the New South Wales Anti-Discrimination Act. And so our organisation, of which I was then chief executive, came to two conclusions. One is that if you can incite violence or threaten any demographic, whether that be women, Filipinos, Greeks, or members of the Islamic community, and the law does nothing, it puts everyone at risk. The second conclusion we came to was that we need a new law. A new law, an effective law, which makes incitement of violence against any group an offence. And so we put together a coalition, which we called Keep New South Wales Safe. I had the honour of spearheading that coalition, and we launched it at New South Wales Parliament House with 20 representatives of 21 different groups. By the time it came to its culmination, we had 34 different groups from A through Z. A being Armenian. I was born in Zimbabwe, so the line worked in terms of A through Z. And in spearheading this coalition, I, on behalf of this Keep New South Wales Safe group, would have had approximately 150 meetings in New South Wales, members of Parliament, party leaders, think tanks, NGOs, and of course dozens of media interviews, advocating for a law which makes it a crime to incite violence on the basis of race, religion, gender, or sexual preference. And I have to share the credit with Mark Speakman, who was then Attorney General of New South Wales, and Gladys Berejiklian, who was then Premier, who were both extremely supportive and active agents in bringing this to pass, which it did. Section 93Z of the Crimes Act came to being in 2018. And what that entire exercise demonstrated was leaders of society coming together. As I mentioned, we had 34 different communities who came together, and we transcended boundaries. We were together as one. We saw the common humanity, the shared value for all of us working together to make New South Wales a safer place for all. It was a wonderful exercise in community coming together, working together, and on a contentious issue, because there were differing opinions, clearly, but yet we came together, and Section 93Z, I'm proud to say, is today on the statute books.
You've referred at paragraph 22 of your statement to having a relationship with a leader of a major faith group within the Australian community.
Yes.
And having been meeting with that leader regularly for around 2 years in the lead up to October 7, 2023, and to having also known some other members of that faith group for many decades before then.
Indeed.
In the wake of the October 7 attacks by Hamas and the subsequent rise of anti-Semitism in the Australian community, what had you hoped to see from this faith leader and their community?
Clearly the impact, as we've discussed, after October 7, the impact of the upsurge of anti-Semitism in this country caused the Jewish community to be reeling. We were reeling, we were devastated. It was unprecedented in the history of this community, in the history of this country. I and other leaders of the Jewish community were part of an interfaith dialogue group. And we had been meeting regularly for 2 years. And so it was an absolute expectation / hope, naive it turned out to be, that this group of all people, our interlocutors on the other side of the table, would be amongst the first to speak out, to condemn what was happening in this country, the anti-Semitism that had become so rife and prevalent in this country. And sadly, there was a silence. And that was despite my reaching out personally on SMS to a couple of them saying, let's have a coffee, lots to talk about. Those meetings never eventuated. Eventually, I did have a one-on-one meeting with one of the most senior members of this particular faith group, and where I again conveyed how disillusioned I found it that there was silence coming from this individual's particular faith group in regard to what was happening. And the response was very telling. The person on the other side of the table said to me, quote, "But look what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza." My response was, you have to be made of stone not to care about what is happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. However, why are you holding me responsible? And this issue goes to one of the issues which is informing a lot of the anti-Semitism which has been rocking this country, if I use that term, for the last 2.5 years. Holding Jewish Australians accountable for what is taking place on the other side of the world. Jewish Australians have no agency in what the Israel Defence Force does, or indeed what the Israeli government does. And yet, so much of the manifestation of anti-Semitic incidents and attacks is interlaced with and references what is taking place on the other side of the world. We are not accountable and we are not responsible. And yet that was the disillusioning response I got from someone with whom I had worked across interfaith boundaries for 3 decades.
Dr. Alhadeff, the last thing I wanted to ask you about is the radio segment that you have said in your statement that you've been doing for many years to a Johannesburg radio station with a snapshot of Australian life. What have you been saying on that segment of late, and how does that differ to what you've said in the past?
I've been doing this weekly radio spot with a South African radio station for 20 years now. It's very simple. It's a 10-minute spot in which I've been talking about life for Jewish Australians. And for 18 of these 20 years, the unequivocal underpinning message has been how blessed Jewish Australians are to be part of this great country. That we have been here since the First Fleet, we contribute wherever we can, and we are, and dare I say, there's often more than one expression of envy, which is expressed by my interlocutor. And yet, for the last 2 years out of those 20 years, the interviewer says to me repeatedly, "But what has happened to your country?" And the truth is that that notion, that reality, that image has been trashed. That image has been trashed. And I know, I'm confident that I speak for most Jewish Australians when I say that we fear the next Bondi. We live in fear that, God forbid, there would be another Bondi. And that is our truth, that is our normal, that is our new reality. We ask, is it safe? We ask, are our children safe? Are we safe? People ask, do we have a long-term future in this country? Should we be packing our bags and looking elsewhere? Thousands of Jewish Australians, and I dare say millions of other Australians, desperately look to the Royal Commission to be the catalyst which identifies this moment in our country as an inflection point, as a moment to push anti-Semitism back to the margins and to restore this country and repair the fracturing of social cohesion which is taking place, and to restore this country to being the greatest nation that it once was.
Thank you for your evidence, Dr. Alhadeff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are excused.
Commissioner, I now call Jeremy Stowe-Lindner, who is in the hearing room today.
Do you wish to make an oath or an affirmation? Please raise your hand. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Could you please state your name?
Jeremy Stowe-Lindner.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You have prepared a statement dated 8th of April 2026, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have that statement with you?
Yes,
And is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
it is.
I tender that statement, doc ID stat dot 899.0005.0003_R.
Yes, the statement will be Exhibit 1.35.
You are currently the principal of Bialik College in Melbourne,
Yes, that's right.
and you have been since 2012.
Yes.
And you describe Bialik as a pluralist, non-denominational school. What do you mean by that?
So most Jewish schools, like schools of other faiths, are denominational. The Jewish community is not monolithic, just as within the Christian community there's Catholic schools and Anglican schools and Methodist schools. The Jewish community also has denominations as well. And most Jewish schools around the world connect to a type of Judaism. It might be Orthodox Judaism or Reform Judaism or Conservative Judaism. And there's a small number of us that describe ourselves as pluralist Jewish schools, which means that we don't default to a type of denomination in our expectation of belief or our practice of prayer or development of skill set. Rather, we look to expose our children to a range of experiences within mainstream Judaism without having an expectation of any particular outcome. So they might graduate as religious or not religious, as believing in God or not believing in God, as wanting to practice in certain ways or not. We just want our children to make an informed choice about the paths they wish to follow.
And the school currently has about 1,150 students across preschool, primary and secondary.
That's right.
And you also describe Bialik as a Zionist school. And what does Zionism mean to you?
So Zionism is not a particular political belief. It is not a support for any government or coalition within Israel. It's quite simply the identification with Israel as a Jewish homeland for the Jewish people in a section of the geography that is biblical Israel.
And you say in your statement that it does not indicate a political position as to the decisions of any particular Israeli government, just as being an Australian patriot does not align with support for a specific Australian political party or policy.
That's
Is that still your
correct.
view?
It's simply the belief that Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people has a right to exist.
Now, you've outlined in your statement a snapshot of anti-Semitic incidents that the school has experienced. Have you noticed an uptick in those incidents at any particular point over the last few years?
Yes, so over the last, before October the 7th, maybe once every few months there might be an incident on a football ground or on public transport or something. Over the last 2 years, 2.5 years since October the 7th, we have faced, I don't want to use emotive words, but statistically it would be true to say an avalanche of experiences. They have ranged from graffitiing in around the school, stickering from left and right. We have faced around 50 different incidents of situations where our security staff have felt a need that it's at the level that could be reportable. That could be people driving by the school yelling effing Jews, Jewish, C, and fill in the rest, Nazi salutes, somebody driving past the school giving a gun symbol to our staff as they go past. On public transport, our students have faced anti-Semitic slurs. Some of our students were once asked to leave public transport by an educator from another school, only to be supported actually by the children in that other school, which was a beautiful example of upstanding that we saw. We can't go into the CBD in Melbourne anymore in school uniform because of what we'll face at sporting events. We have had Hitler salutes and Jewish slurs. Our children attending university campuses have been spat on. Our social media, we have had to auto block certain words on social media. Various spellings of Jew with a 3 in it instead of an E, or Zionist with a 1, and so on. Kike, Hitler, hoax, pigs, scum, dirty, filthy, gas, vermin, parasite, Hitler, Sieg. These have been of such volume and veracity that we've developed an auto-blocking system and have shut down comments. At times we've had provocations, such as at a sports match, a parent at another school attending the sports match in full Palestinian protest regalia, presumably intended to provoke a response, which they didn't get. We've had a member of the Muslim community coming to pray at the school gates, presumably looking to generate a social media moment of being moved on, which obviously we didn't feed into. On a personal level, I've been called a Zio-Nazi, a fascist, a genocidal, a Zio-pig. I've been called to resign. I've had to upgrade my home security at considerable personal cost, put in gates and cameras and alert systems, and none of that with an occasional aberrative student exception would have taken place before October the 7th.
So can I go back to a couple of those examples that you mentioned? The incidents that have occurred at inter-school sporting events, so those are sort of weekend, inter-school...
After school
competitions.
Well, sorry, no, after school. The way our sporting events work is they're during the school day, but they're towards the end of the school.
Okay. So this is between Jewish and non-Jewish schools,
yes, presumably.
And you gave an example of someone who came along dressed, presenting as a protest regarding Palestine. Now, if that person had gone along to a protest in Hyde Park dressed as such, would you regard that as anti-Semitic?
Absolutely not.
And what is it about the context here that makes it cross the line from not anti-Semitic to anti-Semitic in your view?
Who knows what the circumstances are, and it can only be conjecture. But attending a sporting event where your child is playing a Jewish school in full protest regalia with hats and scarves and kafirs and things, I can only interpret as either gross ignorance, gross omission, or more likely some form of provocation.
And does it suggest to you some sort of assumption that all Jewish people, whether they be children or adults, are somehow to be identified with the policies of the government of Israel at any particular point in time?
Yes, I think that's been the catalyst for it, but the abuse that we receive isn't always, it is often focused on that. There's Free Palestine yelled at events and things, and so, but it's often with Nazi connotation, and not the inversion of Nazi imagery and slurs is particularly offensive to the Jewish community here in Australia. I mean, I believe the Melbourne community outside of Israel is the greatest proportion of Holocaust survivors in the world. My wife's family are entirely Holocaust surviving family. So it's not all with a Palestinian or a Gazan lens. It is significantly so, but it's also on a Nazi angle, and it's also just on a threatening angle with guns and stickering, we're coming back, those kind of things, whatever that means, or it might just be hatred, effing Jews, Jewish Seas,
And you mentioned that in terms of the stickers and graffiti and signage you see around the school, that security staff now have a practice of screening the local area for such material as part of their normal operations.
Yeah, they have a part of their SOPs, which is their standard operating procedures, is to scan the local area. We had one last week, which was from the far right rather than from the left. We get it from all angles. That was actually picked up on CCTV, and that was done at 11:23, I think, if I recall correctly, PM. So somebody doesn't come adjacent to a local school to put up far right imagery at 11:23 PM because they're coming from a benevolent perspective. And that was last week.
And you also gave an example of Bialik students being spat on one occasion. Is that the incident you describe in your statement that occurred at a university trip?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that incident?
Yes, so this was at and by the way, I do want to add that whenever there has been an incident at a university or a school, the leaders of those institutions have, without being proactive, responsive, and supportive when they've involved our students. So the reaction to these events, proaction is another matter at times, but the reaction to these events has always been nothing short of kind and supportive. So in that instance, it was a university event for scholars, for students who are likely to go on to get the higher grades at different schools. So I believe it was attended by probably between 150 and 200 students, and they're challenged with topics and explorations as part of their academic journey, normally students in year 11 and 12. And at this university event, the organisers had decided to do something about the war in Gaza. It was presented in a very unbalanced way. The way it was presented about genocide and about murder without context and without the origins of the war. The students were distressed. They left the room. They then thought to themselves, why should we be the ones to leave the room? Why are we vacating the space? So they rejoined the space and they asked some questions, some clarifying questions. We're a school that embraces what we call a culture of thinking, so questioning is very important to us, and they asked some clarifying questions. They were, certainly in their view, humiliated by the lecturer in front of all the students, and in the lunch break immediately afterwards, they were spat on by two students from another school.
And is that an example where you raised it subsequently with the university and it was...
That's right. The university dealt with it really well and reviewed the entire programme and took a very holistic view as to the situation. I think what it spoke to was an endemic and systemic challenge that is in certain sectors that is not always university administrators are not always aware of. So I think there's a bit of kind of whack-a-mole playing when these things pop up. So the challenge for all of us as administrators is to take a 360 view as to what is going on in our institutions and set the standards about what is appropriate and what is not.
You've described in your statement some of the additional security measures that Bialik has had to take since October 7. Can you talk us through some of those measures?
Well, we don't talk about the detail of our security measures because that would kind of undermine the security measures.
Are you comfortable doing so at a high level?
Well, at a high level, we've certainly had to increase our staffing. We've had to increase how we go about patrols. We've talked about extending our checks of local areas. Our infrastructure has undergone some upgrading, and there's been a significant impost on our parents as a result of that. Our parents pay a security levy, which is on a cost recovery basis. The college doesn't make any money. I mean, the college is a not-for-profit institution anyway, so nobody makes any money out of it. But the security levy has risen from around early 500s per year to nearly mid 800s dollars per child per year to fund that infrastructure. And I do look. Before until recently, I kind of accepted that as the cost of doing business as a Jewish school, and it's just what you do in order to keep yourself safe. And there's countless examples in France and the UK and Argentina, all over the place, Jewish communities being targeted and so on. And it's based on objective risk assessments, and I accepted that as normal. And by the way, I've worked in a number of non-Jewish schools. I was assistant principal and vice principal in 2 different non-Jewish schools, and I started my career in the non-Jewish sector as well. So my experiences in Jewish and non-Jewish schools, and actually Bialik is the first independent school I've worked at until now. They've all been government schools. But as a member of the Jewish community, I've always accepted that as normal. I've come to the conclusion most recently that actually what we have normalised should not be normal. And the obligation to protect Australian citizens from other Australian citizens should not fall on those citizens themselves if there is an objective risk assessment that concludes they are at risk. So if I was to think of other communities in Australia, and if there was an identified risk to those communities, one would never expect there to be a tax uniquely on those other citizens to protect themselves. One would look to state and federal governments to institutionally support that. And I think one of the reasons, aside from the fact that it was normalised, that I've kept quiet on it, is that I'm very conscious that the minute that I, as a Jewish member of the community, raises funding, I know what's going to happen. I know that there's going to be an instant response about Jews and money. And that actually played out in the last 48 hours, that I was interviewed about what I was hoping to see from the Royal Commission. And one of the things that I would hope to see is some recommendations about systemic funding for security based on risk assessments of Jewish school. And I said to the reporter, I said, you just watch. I'm going to set a stopwatch based on your article about how quickly it's going to be until anti-Semitic slurs are thrown at me and the Jewish community as a result of me saying that. And in the Herald Sun Facebook yesterday, within minutes or hours of the article being published, we have a comment, I'm sure they can afford it. We have another comment, very on brand. And that is objectively anti-Semitic. That plays into an anti-Semitic trope about Jews and money. And if any other community was subject to not just existential threat, I mean, go from graffitiing to firebombing to trashing restaurants to burning childcare centres to firebombing synagogues to massacring people on a beach. If any other community faced those kind of challenges and requested funding to protect themselves in that escalation, that continued escalation, nobody would be calling them grubby. Nobody would be saying very on brand. And actually, one of the comments was, and I quote, "It's their choice to be paranoid." And today is Tuesday. That was yesterday. And when people say anti-Semitism is on the fringes of society, I don't see that anymore.
And what, if any, impact does that sort of reaction have on your approach to asking for further funding for security measures for your school?
Well, I only changed tack really in the last few weeks, so it certainly takes some form of reflection. I guess there's a personal and a professional element to it. On a professional side, I have an obligation to support my institution, the children who are educated there, to ensure they're safe, and to support our parents, and to challenge what is in reality a tax on Jewish identity, because that is a tax on Jews to keep themselves safe that they need to pay. On a personal level, I know it comes at a cost, and I know it comes at a cost of hurled abuse that I face. I don't have a social media presence anymore because of all this. It's been a very, very challenging time, but I do think as leaders we have an obligation to say what we believe, and if we don't try and bring about change, then change will never take place.
In your view, does the level of security at the school and the increasing level of security have an impact on the emotional well-being of staff or students?
Yes, and I think let's look at that from two different angles. I think from the student perspective, look, children are they're far less judgmental than adults are, and they will normalise quickly the abnormal because they've got much more neuroplasticity than we do. We're pretty brittle and fixed by our age, and at their age they've just got more flexibility and nuance. But we have normalised for Jewish children in this country to walk past people with guns when they attend a synagogue. It was Easter and Passover at the same time, and wasn't it lovely to see people going to church on Good Friday and Easter Monday, and being able to mill around and hang around outside. Our community has armed guards outside. We have our communal leaders in our synagogue saying, don't congregate outside, keep moving on, because of the threat. Now, children attending school are going past high fences, wires hidden in bushes to stop vehicle rams, armed guards, and we have normalised that. And you have to take a step back and say, is that okay and normal for a childhood experience? I think when you look at staff members themselves, I think there's probably a stereotype that people working in a Jewish school are all Jewish. The majority of our staff are not Jewish, and they are wonderful and kind, and I'm sure in the current climate they have faced significant challenge within some of their own communities, and for them also to walk past people with guns on their way to school. I know it is a deterrent for recruitment. I know it makes it more challenging. I think being a Jewish school is all the more challenging for recruitment. I recall, I think it was last year, the anniversary of October the 7th coincided with the first day back of term 4. And in any other school, it was all about the footy, because the footy final had just finished. So if you go to any other school, it would have been all about football. And we had a whole school assembly because it was October the 7th, and a whole gathering about the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, many of whom were known, or some of whom were known to and connected to through family and friendships, members of our own school. And that's got to be hard. It's not just hard for a member of the Jewish community, but it's got to be hard for a non-Jewish member of staff. When you've got the choice of working down the road, where you can have a great footy day, or you've got the choice of working in an environment that at times is really heavy, is really heavy, that just increases my admiration and gratitude for them to be with us and stand with us and work with us. But they are constantly making a choice to do that, and that is not unrecognised, and it is appreciated.
You referred in your statement to an increase in enrolments at Bialik in recent times. Based on your discussions with those students and families seeking enrolment, what are some of the reasons that they're giving you for seeking to enrol at your school?
Yeah, well, obviously I'd hope to think that everybody who enrolls in the school is because of the fantastic provision that we offer and the wonderful academic outcomes and so on. I submitted as part of my evidence some redacted, obviously anonymous emails and communications and online forms that have been filled in from people experiencing anti-Semitism in other schools. So an element of that enrolment growth has without doubt been not just the fear of, but the reality of experience of anti-Semitic incidents in other non-Jewish schools, both government and non-government schools. I interview, unless I'm unavailable, which is rare, almost every new student that comes to the school above preschool. So I have good visibility. I would probably interview 97-98% of students coming in, and there is a portion of children who are coming in for safe haven, And look, on the one hand, that is really, really distressing. On the other hand, people are choosing a Jewish school in the Jewish environment when they may not have otherwise. So there is something, don't take pleasure in the push factor that's contributed to that, but there is an ingathering and a reconnection, which is also an opportunity to connect community together in geographical or disparate areas. For example, we would never have really recruited students from North Melbourne before. We're not in that area, but we now do. And that is almost exclusively because of the poor experiences and at times poor management of anti-Semitic incidents. For one student who is enrolled with us, the final catalyst for their decision to engage with the Jewish school was that the school offered to provide a personal security guard for the child, and the parents' perspective was, well, if we've got to that, if that's where we're at, we're done. And in a way, I guess it was the school trying to throw everything at the problem. I understand it, but if that's where it's got to, in a school in 2020's modern Australia, we're not in a good way.
You conclude your statement by outlining a few steps that you hope will be taken to address anti-Semitism. What are those?
So I think it's really important that we don't just understand what the problem is, but we are coming with suggestions that the Royal Commission might consider. And I've put a lot of thought into this, and I put a lot of thought into it before I did the statement. Because it's kind of, yes, this is what we're facing. You can't just come and say this is what we're facing. You've got to also come and say, like when people come into my office and tell me all the problems, and I go, okay, great. What are we going to do about it? Don't just come with the problem, come with the solution. And I don't, by the way, they're not quick fixes. I think if there's a hope and aspiration for the Royal Commission to wave a wand and create a beautiful rainbow of happiness and unicorns within the Australian community, that's just an unrealistic expectation. But there can be recommendations which, if implemented over time with refinement and commitment, could contribute to improvement. So the three things that I'm suggesting, firstly, is that where objective, as I've said before, where objective risk assessments conclude that there is a greater threat to this community, which there is, then rather than throwing some crumbs at the community, which often is watered down in these grants that are announced over time, they do great press announcements and then they're kind of watered down. I can again set my clock to, we have an incident, synagogue gets firebombed, they announce a grant, and then I go, it all sounds great, and then you go, here we go, let's see how the criteria gets watered down, or it's then not just for Jewish schools, and then by the time it actually gets to it, it's a shadow of its former self. So systemic funding for security on a cost recovery. Nobody's asking to make a profit over this one, that it can be all transparent about what is spent, and that should be part of the funding formula if objectively some Australian children are at greater risk than others. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I would hope to see is that within professions, healthcare, education, as professionals, we should be held to a standard in our professional behaviour, and whether it's healthcare, it's education, it's other sectors, civil service, and so on. And there is a definition of anti-Semitism, which is the IRA definition, which is seen as controversial. I don't. It explicitly says that, I can't remember the exact wording, but it explicitly says that criticism of Israel cannot be considered anti-Semitic unless Israel is held to a higher standard than other countries, or unless Israel is singled out for criticism beyond that of other countries in similar circumstances, something like that. So there is an IRA definition that I think could be incorporated into codes of conduct, which would support the kindness of colleagues in professional sectors to uphold those standards. And the third area that I would like to see is that free speech is not unfettered. It is not. We cannot call fire in a movie theatre. We cannot make people feel a risk of their lives or their safety. Free speech is not unfettered. And when there are slogans that call for violence, they should not be permitted, and the law should be applied to it. And I identify two slogans, one of which is from the river to the sea, which is Israel, which hosts half the Jewish community in the world, is from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, and that slogan calls for a one-state solution that does not include Israel. Sorry, that does not include Jews, and that can only mean the eradication of the world's only Jewish state, and that is something that is a call to violence. And in my view, the other call to violence is globalize the Intifada. We know what the Intifada is. It was an armed uprising following the failed Oslo Accords, which were supposed to move to a two-state solution, and it was the bus bombing and cafe bombing of thousands of Israeli Jewish civilians. That should be something, those slogans, which are calls for violence, should be considered unlawful. And on a human level, when a minority community says, look, you can have whatever view you like, but you're just using these one or two phrases that make me fearful. In any other community, when we do our inclusion training, we're all taught to listen and learn, which is the phrase, and then you should be saying, goodness, I'm so sorry, I'm going to keep my opinion about the Israeli government, whatever it happens to be, but if that phrase makes you fearful, I'm not going to use it. And it saddens me that, firstly, when the Jewish community says that they're just a couple of phrases that put fear in our hearts, the response is, no, you don't understand, you've got it wrong. We would never do that with any other community. We would never try and explain back to them why they shouldn't be fearful and why we should double down and continue with those phrases that cause fear. But the Jewish community seems to be an exception to that. So the third thing I would like to see is that there are a couple of phrases that are calls for violence. Again, have whatever opinion you like about the Israeli government, about the war in Gaza, about the response to the Hamas attacks. But if you're calling for violence, that's not okay. That does not contribute to social cohesion, and that should be stopped.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stowe-Lindner. You are excused.
Thank you.
I now call Peter Wertheim, who's also present in the hearing room.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, please.
Please place your hand up next. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wertheim.
Could you please state your name?
Peter Wertheim.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 29 April 2026, correct?
Correct.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement, which has the ID stat.899.0019.0010_R.
Yes, that statement will be received as Exhibit 1.36.
You are currently the co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry.
That is correct.
I might refer to that as ECAJ throughout the rest of
We
your
call it
evidence,
the
if that's all
ECAJ,
right.
but
ECAJ,
we live
I
in a
will
world of
adopt then.
acronyms.
Okay. In your statement, you tell us a little bit about your family's history. Could you tell us a bit about that history? Your father and his parents arrived in Australia from Germany before World War II, is that right?
That's correct. And that was to escape Nazi persecution. My father came first. He was very fortunate. He arrived in July of 1938. And then following Kristallnacht in November of that year, he immediately made application to bring his parents out, and they arrived 6 weeks before the outbreak of war the following year. So they were very fortunate to get out in time. My father was immediately taken with Australia. He loved the country, he loved the people. He served in the Australian Army during World War II from 1943 to 1945, and they struggled a lot financially because they had to start their life afresh. But they never looked back, and they were always very grateful for the opportunities Australia gave them, and of course the freedom.
And your mother is a survivor of Auschwitz?
That's correct, yes. She was not so fortunate. At the age of 16, she and her whole family were transported to the death camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau. They were met on arrival by Nazi officials, including Joseph Mengele. They went through the selection process. My mother lost both her parents and her 3 younger siblings. Not even a photograph survives of her younger siblings. I don't even know what they looked like. My mother and her 2 older sisters survived. They were sent to work camps in Germany. Went through a succession of events that made it improbable on each occasion that they would survive, and yet, and they did. It was a succession of improbable outcomes, which is my personal definition of a miracle. And so my mother survived the camps. Her 2 sisters, her 2 older sisters went to Israel, and so I have family in Israel. I had no family in Australia other than my parents. I had no uncles, no aunts in Australia. I grew up calling my parents' friends auntie and uncle, and that was quite common in our community. It was not unknown. I don't portray myself as unique in any way in that regard. It is a very common experience in the Jewish community.
And does that family history play a part in your identity?
Very much so. Although the unpleasantness of the Nazi years and the Holocaust were very seldom talked about in our household, I think my parents were probably trying to shield me from that horror. Inevitably, I picked up the vibe. I picked up a sense of what they'd gone through, obviously by the fact that I grew up without one set of grandparents and without aunts and uncles, so I knew why, basically, even if I didn't know the details of their story, because they weren't really spoken of.
And growing up in Australia, did you experience much anti-Semitism? Was that a presence in your life? Very little.
Honestly, there were so few incidents, and when there were, they were very low level. I mean, the occasional smart aleck remark in the early years of high school, and having grown up in the Australian milieu, I very quickly learned to give back as good as I got. So it really was very low level. I never experienced anything that I would consider to be serious anti-Semitism. There was perhaps one incident in high school that did not involve teachers or students. It involved a priest from a local church who was giving a scripture class, because I happened, when I was in my 2nd year of high school, I walked into the wrong scripture class by mistake, and tried immediately, as soon as I realised I was in the wrong place, to get out. And anyway, look, there was a bit of a funny encounter there, which in retrospect caused a lot of hilarity when I recounted it at our school reunion, but that was about it. It was very low level, nothing that you could compare to what's going on today.
And you went on to practice as a lawyer for about 32 years,
yes.
Is that right? Working for a number of clients, trade unions, not-for-profits. What sort of work did that involve?
Well, it involved the full range of legal work. I mean, having trade unions as a client can involve anything from industrial law to criminal law to family law. I mean, I acted not only for unions and union officials, but also for many union members, hundreds of them. And I was very proud to do so, and still am. It involved a very broad range of work, but it also brought me into contact with areas of Australian society that I hadn't previously been in contact with working people in a whole range of different industries. And it gave me an appreciation also of just what a wonderful and free country Australia was.
You went on to be elected a councillor of the ECAJ in the early 1990s, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then you were employed as its executive director from 2009?
Yes.
And when you first started in that role, was combating anti-Semitism one of your focus areas? How did it rate in terms of your priorities across different community and policy issues?
Well, this was 2009, and it certainly was an important area of our work. I mean, the ECAJ had been compiling annual reports on anti-Semitism since 1989, and so it was a focus, and it was becoming more of a focus because of the transformation in the type of anti-Semitism that we were encountering. So in the past, the most common forms of anti-Semitism were from the far right, from neo-Nazis, and they were very much on the fringe of Australian life. From 2009 onwards, as the anti-Israel movement started to gather steam here, we also started to see manifestations of anti-Semitism coming from the far left, and increasingly also from Islamist groups that started to become active at that time.
You say in your statement that early on it was still considered to be on society's fringes and still regarded as shameful. Did that perception change for you at a certain point?
It did change for me, particularly from October the 7th, 2023 onwards. But I have to say it was already developing slowly before then. If you track the number of anti-Semitic incidents that we were recording, you can see that there were ebbs and flows, but the gradual trend was up. But they would go up by maybe 35% in 1 year or 50% in 1 year, and when that happened it was remarkable, and it would be commented on in the media. After October the 7th, 2023, it went up by 316%. It was a different order of magnitude. And so it has changed our perspective, and I think it has changed the country.
You refer in your statement to the events of October 7 and then that protest at the Opera House on October 9. Based on your discussions with people in the Jewish community, what sort of impact did those events have on them?
I think that had a tremendous impact on the Jewish community in particular, but it also made media headlines around the world. It was so shocking to us in Australia, which we were used to as a peaceful, tolerant country where one of the axioms of politics was that elections are won and lost in the political centre. And now we were seeing a procession from the town hall to the Opera House, traversing half the length of the city of Sydney, under police escort, on a day that was supposed to be a day of solidarity with the victims of the Hamas atrocities in Israel 2 days previously, where there were people instead celebrating that event and yelling out anti-Semitic slogans, F the Jews, where are the Jews? Some people heard gas the Jews, but whatever it was, whatever they were saying, it was about the Jews. And it was on the forecourt of the Opera House in the middle of Sydney on a day that was supposed to be a day marking the respect for the victims of the October 7th attacks in Israel. So this was something we never thought we'd see in Australia. This was something more akin to events that we had experienced in other countries, that the Jewish people had experienced in other countries at different times. And even though Australia is not the same as Russia in 1905 or Germany in 1933. Nobody says that there's an objective historical comparison between those two things. But the emotional reaction, the triggering of historical and family memories, that's something you can't control. It's not subject to a rational process, and that is what we felt. And that is, I think, also what a lot of non-Jewish people were feeling too. And we were getting hundreds of messages to that effect, unsolicited, from all over Australia, from people of all backgrounds.
In the year following October 7, as you say, the CAJ recorded its peak of 2,062 reported incidents, which was the 316% increase you referred to earlier. And you say that around this time you had conversations with people in the Jewish community asking whether they needed a plan B.
Yes.
What did you understand to be their concern around that time?
They were concerned about whether it was still safe to live in Australia, whether it was still the Australia that we all knew and loved, that we'd all grown up in. And so even though the number of people who actually made definite plans to leave the country and to go elsewhere, mainly to Israel, was very small, that's my understanding. The very fact that people were talking about it in such numbers and making inquiries and opening the process for emigrating was a first for me, and it was a shock. It's not something I did myself, because I was born and raised here, and I feel that, you know, this is my country, and it's going to take a lot more than that to get me out of here. But the fact that there were so many people in my community speaking in those terms was a shock to me, and really set me thinking.
In your statement, you set out a number of the, I suppose, more notorious incidents of anti-Semitism that followed from October 7. I wanted to ask you about a couple of them. The first is the doxing of several people in the Jewish creative community in February 2024. Can you start by explaining for those who may not know what doxing is?
Yes, it's the publication of personal online details of people without their consent. There's probably a legal definition now in the criminal code, which is a lot more sophisticated than that, but in essence it's as I've just outlined it to you. And on that occasion there was a WhatsApp group of 600 Jewish artists, writers, musicians and other creative workers, and they had come together in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th because they felt that they were under pressure to publicly recant their Jewish identity as they saw it by publicly denouncing Israel. Now, a lot of these people, like me, and most Jews in Australia, have family in Israel and friends. And of course the Hebrew language and our culture and our religion and our civilization and values all come from Israel. So they were being asked, in effect, to turn their backs on their family, their friends and their heritage and denounce all of that by taking a public stand against Israel, which had just been attacked. And they couldn't understand it. And they felt also aggrieved by the fact that the people who they had worked with and befriended and mixed with socially were calling on them to do that.
Had you had discussions with a number of people in this WhatsApp group, and is that what your comments are based on?
They are, and there were two in particular that I recall. One was a woman whose mother had been in that WhatsApp group, an artist, but a passive member of that WhatsApp group. She hadn't really participated in any active way in the conversations, but she had just read them and had joined the group because she wanted to hear and get some comfort from people in her situation. And her online details were then made public as part of the doxing that occurred. This elderly mother, and then she started receiving hate messages online from people she'd never heard of from all different quarters, and it was causing her immense distress. And she asked her daughter to contact us to tell us about her plight and was there anything that could be done about it. That was one example. There was another, a friend of mine who has been active in the arts and culture sector for many years, has served on as a director of an artistic institution for many years, who was also doxed. Also had been a passive member of this WhatsApp group, but had been doxed. Rang me to say, look, I'm all right, but I've got so many friends who've been calling me, telling me that they've received these hate messages and threats to ruin their careers, and what can we do about it?
You also say that, ironically, members of that chat group were, to a large extent, artists who actually disagreed with the policy of the Israeli government at the time and were sympathetic to the Palestinian cause.
There's a lot of sympathy for Palestinians as a people in my community. I don't want anyone to think that we're impervious to human suffering wherever it occurs. That's not the case. But let's just take a step backwards and understand that this was an attack that had been initiated by Hamas, which happens to be the most powerful organisation still in the Palestinian community in Israel and perhaps beyond. They had initiated this attack. They had done it in the most appalling way. They committed the most appalling atrocities, which have been documented endlessly. And they had announced that they would do it again and again, because their charter commits them to the destruction of Israel as a state and the elimination of its Jewish population. They make no secret of that. And this is often swept under the carpet in discussion in Australia, but we have to understand that that is what they stand for, and they are a very powerful element of Palestinian society, if not the most powerful element. And so there was no sympathy expressed for those who were at the receiving end of that treatment. And so when we hear the sorts of chants that Jeremy Stowe-Lindner talked about before, and we understand them in that context of a movement to eliminate the state of Israel and get rid of its Jewish population, we see it in that context. It's not a matter of a fine political or philosophical debate about the limits of freedom of speech. It's not an exercise that you would do in a philosophy class when you're studying the great British philosophers of Hume and Locke and John Stuart Mill. For us, it's very real. It's about people who mean to eliminate members of our family and our friends.
You go on to talk in your statement about the firebombing of the Adass synagogue.
Yes.
And on your understanding, what was the extent of the damage to the synagogue on that occasion?
Well, I have visited that synagogue since, and what's left of it. The study hall that was attached to the synagogue was completely gutted and destroyed. The Torah scrolls, which are in the heart of the synagogue, which they are in every Jewish place of worship, were in a fireproof cabinet, but the fire was so intense that not all of them were able to survive the intense heat, and five of the Torah scrolls were damaged and had to be ritually buried, which is the Jewish tradition when a Torah scroll is no longer able to be used. And hundreds of prayer books, and of course the psychological impact of the burning of a synagogue. Again, I've said in my statement that my emotional reaction was to think of the burning of synagogues on Kristallnacht because my grandparents, my paternal grandparents, had been at home when Nazis invaded their home and vandalised it, carried off my grandfather to prison for the crime of being at home when Nazi thugs came and invaded their place, and I suppose the so-called crime of being Jewish. So I thought of, I couldn't help but think of that, even though I know that it was not Nazi Germany and it was not state orchestrated, but the emotional reaction is triggering, and you can't help but think of those historical events.
And did you speak to members of the Jewish community about this incident in its aftermath?
Yes, I mean this was all the talk of the Jewish community, as you can imagine. Even though the Adass Synagogue is a very small section of the Jewish community, it was something that all of us felt, whether we're members of Adass or members of another Orthodox stream of Judaism or non-religious Jews. There are many Jews who are not religiously observant and who would have felt the same pain and probably were triggered to feel the same emotions.
You then go on to talk about what you've called the summer of terror that followed from about October 2024, so the attack on the kosher catering business in Bondi, the torching of cars and graffitiing of cars and buildings in Wallara, and other incidents. And you go on to describe the profound psychological impact that had on members of the Jewish community. What was the community telling you around that time about how they were feeling?
Well, this was the time I think people started talking about, do we need a plan B? I mean, there might have been some talk about that before, but it really started in earnest, I think, with the Summer of Terror, which included the Adass Synagogue attack, the attack on the kosher catering business, and we now know that they were state orchestrated, and the government took action sometime afterwards when that came to light. But the other attacks also had a similar impact. It was like, you wake up every day and you think, oh, I dread to turn on the news because cars were being torched. The former home of my colleague, Alex Rivchin, you would have heard from him yesterday about that being the subject of an arson attack. There was a kindergarten, for heaven's sake, near a Jewish school that was mistaken for that school and was also subjected to an arson attack, which only reopened the other day. I mean, there's an old saying that anti-Semitism may start with hatred of the Jews, but it doesn't finish with the Jews. I mean, the destructive impacts of anti-Semitism, as I suspect with the other forms of racism, are ultimately ruinous of the entire society in which it occurs. It's not just the targets, it consumes everything.
And when you refer to the attack on the Adass Synagogue and the kosher catering business being state-sponsored, you're referring to ASIO's subsequent finding that they were sponsored by the state of Iran?
Yes, correct, and particularly by elements of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which has since been proscribed.
You refer in your statement to the neo-Nazi rally that was held outside New South Wales Parliament House in November 2025. What struck you as different about that incident to other incidents leading up to it?
Well, it was a paramilitary style lineup of neo-Nazis. This time they weren't masked as they had been in previous occasions. They were out in the open, and they were lined up in front of the New South Wales State Parliament, the oldest parliament in the Commonwealth. It's been around since 1824. It is a symbol of our democracy, and they were standing outside of that parliament on Macquarie Street on a Saturday morning calling for the abolition of the Jewish lobby. I take it that they were referring to me and other people like me who represent Jewish institutions and Jewish organisations. What really disappointed me was the reaction of the New South Wales Police. Now, I say this as someone who generally has a high regard for our law enforcement people. I have a great respect for the work they do, but I think on this occasion, as they did on October the 9th, 2023, the wrong call was made. There should have been an application by the police, in my view, to the Supreme Court to oppose that gathering from taking place on public safety grounds. And when I heard the police say, oh, but you know, what they were saying was not a criminal offence and the gathering that they were proposing was not a criminal offence, that's beside the point. It might be right, it might be wrong, but in any event, it's beside the point in my view. Because just the previous month, the New South Wales Police had done the right thing. They had stopped another march that had been proposed to the Opera House on the second anniversary of October the 7th, and they had opposed that on public safety grounds. Now, public safety grounds don't just mean the risk of a crowd crush. Public safety grounds can mean a lot of things. And having a phalanx of neo-Nazis on Macquarie Street where people are passing by, a person of colour could have passed by, a person wearing Jewish religious clothing or Muslim religious clothing could have been passing by, and to overlook the public risk, the risk to public safety that would have constituted, seemed to me to be a gross error of judgment. And I believe if the police had challenged that in the court, they would have had a very good chance of succeeding. And even if they hadn't, the very fact that they had attempted to stop it from proceeding would itself have conveyed a very important message. But personally, as a former lawyer, I believe they would have succeeded.
Then came in December the attack at Bondi, and you refer to the messages of support that you received in the aftermath. But where did those messages come from?
All over Australia. There were some official messages of support from faith communities, which were very welcome, but I would say 2 years too late. But nonetheless welcome and appreciated, and I responded to each of them and thanked them. But also just unsolicited messages by email through our website portal and directly from Australians of all backgrounds from all over the country, just as we had received after October the 7th and just as we had received after the Adus fire on December the 6th, 2024. There was an outpouring of these messages. But there were also a sprinkling of hate messages, you know, what do you expect, and you know, you personally, you're a baby killer and you're responsible for genocide and all the rest of it. You know, this reactivation or this endless repetition of the genocide charge and then throwing it in the faces of Jews everywhere, this is quite clearly an attempt to re-stigmatise Jews collectively. To re-stigmatise the Jewish people as a whole with collective guilt. In medieval times, Jews were stigmatised with collective guilt through the deicide charge, which was ultimately repudiated after 2,000 years by all the major churches. Now the attempt is being made, and I think quite consciously by some people, and unconsciously or unwittingly by others, to re-stigmatise the Jewish people with the genocide charge. And I saw some of that as well, as all the messages of support and solidarity. And one has to recognise that process as being at the heart, I think, of the change in our culture to make it permissible now, even for people in the university space or in the arts and culture space or even in public health, for heaven's sake, to express views that are demonising and dehumanising of Jews.
You've also mentioned in your statement some of the anti-Semitic messages and threats experienced by the ECAJ and its staff. One example you give at paragraph 89 was in October, on the 12th of October 2023, and the message said, "We're coming for you soon from Western Sydney." And you say attached to the message was an image of a man wearing a mask and brandishing a knife, standing behind another kneeling man dressed in an orange robe. And you say that your staff immediately recognised the kneeling man as the journalist who had been beheaded by the Islamic State in 2012. What steps did you take after receiving that message?
Well, the first thing we did was notify the police, of course, and they acted very promptly and very appropriately. They traced the individual responsible, charges were laid, and there was a conviction. We also notified our own security people, the CSG, but it's an unnerving message 5 days after October the 7th, and to me, the message was the atrocities that have just occurred in Israel, we're going to act them out here in Sydney soon, and you're going to be the target. That was the intended message.
And what sort of impact did that have on your staff?
It made it very tough for our staff. I mean, we're used to getting a lot of abuse, but because of the work that we do combating anti-Semitism, it brings you up against some pretty nasty characters. But that one in particular was very triggering, and it was just really the beginning of a succession of experiences for our staff that have culminated in us telling staff, if you ever need time off, just take it. If you ever need counselling, we'll organise it. If there's anything else that we can do for you, let us know. But we have incredibly dedicated staff. I'm very grateful to them for sticking with us.
And at a certain point you made the decision, or the ECAJ made the decision to turn off the comments on its social media posts on Facebook, except for those who had already friended or followed the page.
Yes.
What prompted that decision?
Just the torrent of abuse that was being placed on our social media pages by unsolicited sources elsewhere. Unfortunately, this is typical of what goes on social media everywhere. It's just the tip of the iceberg. But we thought, initially we thought, look, just let it out there, show the whole world, the ugliness of anti-Semitism. But after a while, it was just so overwhelming that we were being asked by our staff and members of the community to turn it off, and we did.
And you also received some advice about how you should go about monitoring for online threats and abuse directed at staff. What was that advice, and have you acted on it?
Yes, the advice was that we needed to do this. We needed professional monitoring to detect any early warning signs of an imminent attack on members of our staff or on our office. And so that was put into effect. Last year I was engaged in a court case against a so-called religious hate preacher arising from some by now well-known events of hate preaching in November and December 2023. And even our lawyers who represented us asked us to arrange for monitoring so that they and their staff could be protected. So that's something that never existed in my day when I practiced law, but it's a reality of life now and an indication, I think, of what's changed in Australia for the worse.
From paragraph 101 of your statement, you have some concluding remarks about the impacts of anti-Semitism on the Jewish community. How has it impacted not just the way they think and feel, but also their behaviour?
Well, as one of the previous witnesses, Jeremy Stowe-Lindner, said, that it's created a price for being Jewish. I mean, there's always been a sense that it's dangerous to be Jewish. Okay, that's nothing new in history. But the sense that we had in Australia for most of my lifetime was, well, it's not really dangerous to be Jewish in Australia, or at least not that dangerous. And now the sense is that once again it is dangerous to be Jewish. And so people hide their Jewishness. A lot of people in my community who would have been very open about who they are and very proud of their identity. They're still proud, but they take sensible precautions. They will not necessarily wear their Magen David, the Star of David, as a symbol on their around their necks in their apparel. And they won't necessarily walk with a kippah in the street as they might have before. The more religious members of our community, they'll put a baseball cap on top of it. They will not engage in conversations that they think might be dangerous conversations that might get them embroiled in conflict and argument with other people. And they'll be very wary about what they say in conversations. So even in a taxi or Uber or some other public context, they might just not respond to questions about who they are, what they do, and their views about things in the way that they might once have felt free to do.
Mr. Wertheim, you go on in your statement to make a number of observations about security for the Jewish community and recommendations for change. I can assure you the Commission will be reading those words closely and exploring some of those issues in later hearings. But for now, I have no further questions of you today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Can I just raise one matter with you, Mr. Wertheim?
Certainly.
You talked earlier about many members of the Jewish community having family or friends living in Israel. Is it fair to say, in your experience, that ordinary members of the Jewish community who are Australian have an emotional attachment to the idea of Israel?
Oh, very much so. In fact, there's some statistical evidence, Commissioner, that you can avail yourself of. Yeah. The most comprehensive one was called the Gen 17 report, which was conducted by Monash University. It showed something like 88% of Australian Jews feel that when Israel is in danger, they're in danger. 92%, I think, from memory, it was well into the 90s, who have actually visited Israel, of whom 60% have visited Israel multiple times. A similar percentage who said that they feel a personal responsibility to see that to personally contribute to Israel's continued existence.
And at least as far as members of the Australian Jewish community are concerned, so many of whom have a background of family connection with the Holocaust, the importance of Israel is that idea that it's somewhere safe where ultimately one can go if one's a Jew.
That is certainly a part of it, but it's even deeper than that, Commissioner. Mm-hmm. It's a sense that that Israel is the point of origin of our people. It's the point of origin of the Hebrew language, of the Jewish religion, of our culture, our civilization. And so it's not just a safe haven, because other places around the world have from time to time been suggested as safe havens for the Jewish people in previous times. and they were rejected because there was no historical, cultural, civilizational connection with those other places. The passion for Israel arises out of that deep sense of connection that has developed over 3,000 years.
And just over the course of your own lifetime, Israel's had governments of differing political persuasions. Has that attachment been constant or has it varied?
I think that the sense of attachment to the country
That's what I'm taking up with you.
Yes, it is constant. Opinions about different governments that have come and gone in Israel, the variance of opinion is very great. These are matters of intense debate within households and with families, as they are within Israel itself. And it's the same with any government or any politics. There's always going to be a variety of opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Wertheim. Anything arising out of that?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wertheim. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That concludes the evidence for today.
Thank you, Ms. Hager. The Commission will adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.